Hello everyone. Welcome back to the day 2 coverage of the Chess 24 India of the Gold Money Asian Rapid, which is part of the Meltwater Champions chess tour. We are back with International Master Soumya Swaminathan and Women Grandmaster Katie Sarshalazwili. Welcome back, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey
Welcome.
Srinath. Hey Katie. Hey Srinath. So nice to be back with both of you, and hello to the chat as well. Very excited to see the second day of the quarterfinals, which will be when we'll see one of the four players getting knocked out. And at the moment, Artime Vladislav is leading the quarterfinal match against Anish Giri. Magnus is leading against Wesley, while Aronian and Arjun Erigesi and Jan Christoph Dura and Dingliren are tied at 2-2. So let's see how the second quarterfinal goes today.
Yes.
Yeah. We have amazing day, I think, ahead of us. And even if we have some tie breaks, I don't really mind. Neither are Armageddon. How about you guys?
Absolutely not. Tie breaks are so thrilling to watch and so entertaining. Definitely looking forward to some tie breaks, especially really hoping Anish makes a comeback against Artive because that would be epic. And Arjun, of course, is right now equal. So rooting for Arjun as well on my part. I know Katie tries to be impartial, but
well, I really want to see young generations have more opportunities and to have chances to show their best. So he is here, youngest participant, 17 years old, talent, and I really want to see him to achieve what he really deserves. So yeah, let's see. Let's hope for the best for him.
Talking about the 17-year-old Arjun, it kind of reminds me of the day 22 years ago. I was not. It's actually 32 years ago. I don't think I was born at that time. were you born in November 10, 1989?
Yes, I was. I was. How many? How many months old? 9 months old, almost.
And Katie, you were not. Yes, I think you're just.
No. I was born in 1992, so that was some years before.
Yeah, and chat, how many of you were born on or before that day now? And now what's special about that day, November 10, 1989, was that was the day when a young 16-year-old boy made his debut against a fearsome Pakistani team, a bowling attack consisting of Imran Khan, Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus, and Abdul Qadir. And what he did was, he showed that he belonged to the international stage, even though he was just 16 years old. And although he didn't score a lot in that match, he just made sure that he belonged there, getting hit, but continuing on. And I think Arjun, just 17 years old, has done exactly the same here. He has in fact shown that he has more than belonged here. And no matter what happens today in this quarterfinal, I think he will be the hero of this tournament regardless.
Oh, absolutely agree with that. He is already the hero, just being here, getting here, facing these strong opponents. He's already the hero. And I really hope that this is going to be just a push for him to work even harder and harder. And also, on the other hand, I really hope that organizers will invite him, because I know that many of them really wants to have some superstars and big names. But it's also really nice to give some chances, like they can make a star out of young players. So wow, I really hope he will get invitations.
Very nicely put there, Katie. They can make a star. They don't need to invite one. They don't necessarily need to invite one who is a star already, but they can make a star out of the invited players.
Yes, and all these guys, I'm sure all these top guys have one exact tournament when they made a norm or where they became very famous, and they remember it. They always remember it as a best tournament. So yeah, let's see. We're gonna keep the eye on him. We're gonna keep the eye on him for sure. All the chess world gonna keep the eye on him.
Katie, I just feel compelled to make this point while we are. Oh, the game has begun.
Yes.
It starts with the
Benoni.
Benko.
Benoni,
Oh, is
maybe.
it going to be Benko or it's
It's a
Benoni? It is
Benoni.
Benoni.
Oh, I'm so glad to see this opening on the board. Let's see how Aronian treats it, how Arjun treats it, because Aronian has not played e6, which is the usual way to treat the Benko. So he has delayed e6.
Actually, we were talking about this tournament in 2015 or 2016, yeah? The
Mm-hmm.
Maharashtra Chess League, where I told you, me, Vidit, and Adiban, we were preparing for one particular opponent with black. This was our chosen move order for that tournament to go via 3g6 and delay e6. This makes a few small changes because if you commit e6, typically the opening goes knight c3, into d5, c into d5. And then after d6, white has already committed c into d5. This is one thing. And black has committed e6. If you don't commit e6, then two things. One is it does give white the option to take e into d5, going into a more symmetrical pawn structure, where white arguably has a little more control. But on the other hand, black can also delay e6, and this can be used to do a lot of different tricks, and it avoids a lot of openings. For example, in this mainland Benoni, after knight f3, g6. Here, apart from the main move with h3, e4, bishop d3, there is a main line. White has some extra options like bishop f4. I think a4 is a move here, if I'm not wrong. So bishop f4 is especially a very annoying line because after bishop g7, white has this queen e4 check, making it difficult to defend this d6 pawn. So entering via this move order, it cuts out these options for white, but it gives a few extra options. And this is what we are seeing right now. So Arjun goes bishop g5 first, provokes h6, and then comes bishop e3. So it can be a target later in the future. Aronian continues without playing e6. So what he will do is he will try to threaten b5 now. And he can actually even play b5 directly, go Benko style. And if Arjun goes a4, then he can go knight a6, knight b4 because the b4 square is weakened. So this is the
Wow.
idea of delaying e6.
Wow, that's very well explained there, Shri. And actually, Aronian goes for B6 plan, which is very rarely seen in the Benoni. As Shri explained, the main plan is to play A4, A6, and B5, or sometimes even B5 directly in the style of Benko. And he doesn't break with E6, he doesn't break with A6, B5. He actually goes for B6. And in fact, I really like Arjun's move 9 H3 because it prevents the idea, Black's idea after knight F3 was to play bishop G4 and exchange a minor piece. So Arjun played prophylactically and played H3. So that Black will always have problems with the C8 bishop now, where to put it and how to use it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I love this h3 move to you because myself, when I played this knight f3 and my opponent replaced with bishop g4, I was like, oh damn, I could play h3 first. So I really like this idea. The knights on c8 is really limited and fighting for the place.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Ajanta is asking, where is Vidit? Is Vidit joining? Vidit will join us at 5:30, guys. So please be patient. And of course, we are
Yeah.
looking forward to him joining us as well.
Yeah, please be patient. Maybe set your alarm clock and do like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. When Katie was making this point about organizers making a start, I couldn't help but but point out that Chess 24, the Play Magnus group, they're already actively involved in doing this. Krug and Arjun, they got their first chances to play in the elite tournaments in the Meltwater Champion Chess Tour, and I think it wouldn't have happened if not for the Chess 24. It has been an enormous amount of investment and hard work from their part in helping make this happen. They are the ones doing this, so thanks to them. And again, the best we can do to ensure that more of this happens, do get our numbers up, likes and subscribes.
Yeah. You guys, if you have not still followed this channel, this is a good chance. Please do it now. this is a good moment because I believe that I don't know what you guys think, but even though that our over the board chess come back for sure in our lives, I really believe that online chess will be still here, and we're gonna have still some super tournaments going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this esport super tournaments is definitely going to keep continuing in parallel with the OTB tournaments when things resume.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, don't you think Aronian's position is very cramped? Arjun has now played h4. He could have also played rook g1 and h4, but he goes for direct h4 with the idea that after bishop g4, he can either play h5 or knight g5 check. He has options actually.
Oh, I like knight g5.
And it's so, and he can actually also take bishop h6 because after bishop h6 there is still knight g5, but maybe he won't do that because after knight g5 there is king g7, so that's maybe a little too much. But these are like so many options for white, no? Like black's position is so cramped and the king on h7 feels so uncomfortable.
It's like a buffet for Arjun, yeah. The pity is he can only take one dish here. It reminds me of some video series by Simon Williams called Gambit Buffet on Chess24. It's like a buffet of options for white here to try and checkmate black's king. But yeah, the sad thing is he cannot take a bit of everything here. He can only choose one after bishop into g4. But Aronian is just not going to take bishop into g4 for sure. I think that's the last thing on his mind. Looking at all this array of options for white, he's going to do something else. But once again,
e6, right?
But h5, he played e6 and now h5, and I would be like, I mean, I understand he wants to probably go g5, but bishop into g5 is so strong, no?
When bishop into g5?
Oh, he
h5,
doesn't
g5.
go h5.
H5. Oh, yeah, e6, long castle. Instead of that, you're talking about h5, g. No, but he doesn't need to hurry, yeah? I don't think he needs to hurry. Because where is the king going to go for now? He can patiently build up his attack because these kind of situations, once again, things can go out of hand. When you have an array of attractive options, you can only choose one, and quite often, the one thing you choose can be the less optimal move. But again, what has been so impressive about Arjun's play is his time management. Because when you see a newcomer come into a stage like this, we saw it happening with Gukesh, we saw it happening with even someone as seasoned as Adiban. He was constantly low on time against these elite players in almost all the games. But Arjun, he's kept up the time deficit in all the games. And now with the opening up of e into d5, this also allows white to put his bishop on d3 and bring an extra piece into the attack. So what Aronian wants, he wants him to play g5 so that after h5 he closes down the king side. So what do you think Arjun will respond with here? Again, I couldn't have asked for a better panel of co-commentators in such a position when white is attacking black's king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, talking about time management, that's what I also observed yesterday. In yesterday's games, he also had some edge on time. And then I also had a feeling like he's well prepared. It's in the openings. That's why he's not really spending too much of time. And then he has some time to find a way how to improve or how to defend. So I had this feeling, I don't know what you guys think, but I had the feeling that he's well prepared in the openings.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Srinath was explaining this over and over again. In fact, that Arjun, used to be very badly prepared in the opening, it seems, until like a year ago. But Srinath has been, Srinath has worked extensively with Arjun, and he informed us that Arjun has worked very hard over the openings in the last 1 year, and we can see it in all his games, actually.
Wow, that's amazing. That's really amazing. So
Yes,
half credit goes to you, Srinath, of his games.
Thank you so much. Arjun has been doing everything perfectly in this tournament so far, except for one thing, which is he has to really improve his social media game. But I think he has time to learn that.
What do you mean social media game?
Well, until 2 days ago, his Instagram was private, and he has
Ah,
been really inactive on social media. So I'm trying to set up some lessons with Anish on this to Arjun. He's learned a lot of chess in the last 1 year, but he needs to really catch up on the other aspects of his chess improvement.
oh, no worries, no worries. He will have a good mentors in that.
So in this position, would either of you go for h5, g5 and sacrifice on g5, or would you play it calm? I'm so
I
tempted because
Okay, to be honest, I would take this with a pinch of salt. Here after h5 g5, my initial reaction would be to play bishop d3. I'll tell you why. Because if we make this sacrifice with either of it, so you can either take with the knight or you can take with the bishop. It looks really dangerous, but the problem is you're not really opening either the h file or the g file against the black's king, and the king can get this refuge on h8. The bishop controls all the dark squares, so it's not going to be easy to create threats on the dark squares. So even in a position where the pawn reaches h7, it's going to be difficult to break through from here. So for this reason, maybe this, it's really powerful. Maybe the computer is crushing black here, but I would be really careful. And this doesn't work concretely because queen into g5, queen into g5, bishop h6 exchange forces the exchange of the queens. So bishop into g5 is ruled out, and sorry, knight into g5 check is ruled out. Oh, and bishop into g5, the same thing works for this as well. So concretely also, this is a drawback of taking. So what Arjun does is he opens up the G file for himself. He opens up the G file so that he can uh, hit these targets, put pressure on these targets. And I think this is normal and natural. Now it would be more powerful to try and sacrifice on G5 because your G file is open. Although this bishop h6 tactic is something you have to always watch out against.
yeah, and
And this,
actually I even liked instead of gf5, I mean gf5 probably is also good, but I even liked bishop h6, bishop h6, g5, bishop g7 and h5. I mean white had many options there, but
yeah,
Arjun
I
took his
think something
decision
like this
really
is
fast.
very powerful because you're opening up files for your pieces.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh, But from Arjun's perspective, he will probably prefer to continue the attack without sacrificing anything unless he gets something concrete and immediate.
Mhm.
Because White has excellent prospects even without a sacrifice. So I think he will try to do it with minimum risk. Rook
Yeah,
g3, the
makes
idea is Rook
sense.
g1 and Bishop d3 and pressure on g6. And Arjun also thinks very strategically. Yeah? Like yesterday, we were talking about this bishop into g6 and bishop into g7, but he was too attached with the dark square bishop. If you remember his second game yesterday.
The dark
So
squared bishop? Oh, which one? Sorry.
I'll just put the position on the screen so people can also recollect that moment. So it was in this game where he won yesterday. And at this moment, we were thinking that, bishop into g7, king into
Oh,
g7, bishop into
right.
g6 is winning. But he wanted to just retain this dark square bishop. He wanted to keep it alive because he thought it's very powerful. So he places a lot of emphasis and value on these kind of strategic aspects. And here he's just going after this g6 point for now. But I think it's going to be double-edged because Aronian will also get his counter chances on the other side. Yeah, Arjun will not take c into b5, but I think he will play rook g1, b5, and bishop d3. What do you think?
Yeah, I think White should not react on that pawn as well, and should try to push maybe h5 or rook g1, and start to do some sacrifices. We really want to see some sacrifices here in this position.
Soumya,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I also feel the same. I think sacrifice is necessary almost because how do you otherwise break?
Arjun, girls want sacrifice. Give us some sacrifice, man.
If you want to
Okay, if you
achieve
term it
something in
that way,
life,
I
you
think
have to
he's going to do it.
sacrifice. I really like immediate h5 as well. So maybe he's considering h5 because he's taking his time, right? So he has option of playing rook g1 or h5, I guess, in this position.
Yeah, let's have a look at h5. Yeah, g5.
Yeah, g5 and now bishop g5,
H into g5.
knight g5,
King
king
h8.
h8. Yeah, now h6 first.
Bishop.
Oh, he has
Bishop
played rook
e5. You have
g1, by the
f4.
way.
So I think I'll play bishop d4.
Bishop
Yes.
d4. I thought, like, even this position, like, if I exchange the light squared bishop after bishop d4, how are you defending? I was thinking, but you will not take on d3, right? After bishop d3?
Yeah, I think I'll not take on d3.
You'll
But
let me take, and so that you can have your
yeah,
queen on f5.
yes.
But okay, actually, I'm threatening queen bishop f5, queen f5, rook f3, actually, because the rook on f8 is hanging.
Yeah, so I was intending to play knight f6.
Knight f6.
No, personally, what I feel is it's hard to break through in this position because this bishop is a very powerful defender and you cannot touch these squares which it controls.
I would think even this position that we have on the board after knight f6 is better for white because black's knight on c7 is quite useless at this point at least. But
I
Yes,
maybe I
but
also
don't know
think
what the
that
computer
this
says.
it will come into the
this
game with b5. Sorry, Katie.
you guys, don't you think that this h6 pawn just stops the attack and it's time to like get rid of it? I was thinking about h7. Of course, you will not take it, but there is some ideas with like knight f3 or knight e6 and rook g6 sacrifice that will open some g5 square for the queen. h5 will be open.
Yeah, true. The attack is certainly dangerous, but I think here it's also risky for white. If
Also, one more line I was looking at was instead of h7 was queen c2 and forcing black to take on d3. And after queen d3, we have queen g6 coming in as well. I mean, there are
Yeah,
so
Queen
many.
C2 I was thinking at knight h7.
Wow, this I did not see.
Just exchanging your pieces and
Oh, how about take on h7 and rook g7?
ah, this is
Very
nice.
strong.
But I just take this. To show the viewers, if black takes this, then it comes with check and rook into h7, and it's a big loss of material. But bishop into d3, and now it's black who has a lot of pieces. No, personally, I think this is actually. I would be happy with black if such a turn of events happen, and I think that is also the reason why Arjun went rook g1 and probably he will try to get bishop d3. Yeah, exactly. Um, this just keeps so much more control for white. Although it's not. Yeah. So how do you defend against g6 now? You see, there is an immediate problem for black. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Uh,
G6 is an immediate threat, no?
Maybe black can take bane to c4 here because if you take this and take the pawn, the key thing is the g7 bishop is defended by this knight. So after queen into f3, this looks dangerous, but if white doesn't have something immediate and concrete, I think black will be winning here. So, yeah. Um, b5, bishop d3, and I'm thinking what to do against. Maybe he can just take this and come back bishop d3. But black does have counterplay after rook b8 then. So, what do you guys think? Bishop d3, b into c4. You're just getting lost in the calculation, yeah, both of you.
What were you discussing, Shri, after bishop f5, queen f5 for move for white? I did not.
No, I just
missed
said that
it.
after rook into g6, queen into
Queen
f3 is
f3, we have
powerful.
queen c2, no? Or we don't have?
No, queen c2, queen f5.
We have queen f3. Knight e4 is not useful, is it? Knight e4?
Knight into d5.
Okay, you'll play knight d5.
Knight, are you getting some knight f6 check or something?
I'm thinking of bishop h6 if it works, but I don't know. Just looking at
No,
options.
it gets taken with check.
Right.
Oh, so game is going on towards this direction. Bishop into f5, queen into f5. The bar shows it's equal, which is understandable because the bar shows it's equal because the position is complex.
Yeah, can I take now on g6?
Yeah, this is exactly what I was showing, yeah, and queen into f3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Queen
even
f3,
queen,
yeah.
queen f3, we even have bishop h6, no? We missed this, is it?
No, I saw bishop into h6. I saw bishop into h6, but I thought black can hold this. Black can
How does
defend
he
this.
hold this? Because f8 after bishop
e5?
c. Here we have bishop f8,
okay,
bishop f4,
yeah.
rook f. Okay, sorry. Maybe we should have asked chat. This is nice.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful.
This is nice, but
yeah, but after bishop h6, it's so hard to
f8.
survive there.
Yeah, exactly.
Queen
Even king knight e2
no,
maybe.
No,
even.
I just want to keep this bishop alive. That is my idea of knight e2. Sorry,
maybe
bishop
knight e2 and queen g5.
Knight e2, rook b8.
And queen g5. Looks over, no?
Yeah, there's no checks after queen f5. It's not over though. It's not easy. It's not easy to mate when you have this bishop.
Hey,
the
no.
bishop.
There is a mate. Rook h6, king g8, queen h5.
Okay. You can't. You can run, but you cannot hide away from Soumya's pieces.
No, but it's so I just feel like White's attack is so overwhelming that it has
It's
to
happening,
work.
guys. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's
and
happening.
Bishop is on h6. I really want to see with one eye what the computer says here. I don't believe that it's black and that computer says it's equal, but it says so, right?
What?
Yeah.
Computer says it's equal. You know, it reminds me of Grishchuk's comment. You know, you remember he won this candidate's first round in 2016 against Wesley with this attack, and he sacrificed a lot of pieces and played rook c5, then brought his rook left to king side. And after the game, he was asked, how did you calculate all this? And he just said that I believed that the attack was so overwhelming that I thought if the attack doesn't work, then I'll just leave chess.
Oh, Arjun has sacrificed the second piece, by the way.
Oh wow, queen c2, nice.
Oh, I like queen c2.
It's a bit too early for Arjun to be making such bets, though. He has just started playing chess at the international level.
But rook g7, queen h7 is a threat.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Soumya, you're saying?
Sorry, Katie, I missed what you were saying.
Rook g7, queen h7 was a threat, so he had to just cover rook f5. But can I play now rook g5?
Or even bishop f8 is possible.
Again, you know, bishop once f8. Again to show the chat, rook if black takes rook into g5, then rook g7 check is a spectacular double check.
Beautiful.
It's a double check, and if against a double check you cannot cover, you cannot. You have to move the king. That is, it's like the Avada Kedavra curse in Harry Potter. You cannot block it. You cannot counter curse it. Your only way is to move away from it. And after king into h6, it's queen h7 mate. Actually, I might be wrong. Yeah, you can block the Avada Kedavra curse. You cannot do it with the wand. but you can bring an object.
You can say
Expelliarmus.
expelliarmus, and remove the opponent's wand itself. By the way, rook g5 doesn't have a defense, then rook g5 works. Even bishop f8 should work, no? Here.
Here's queen h1, really unpleasant check.
So maybe Arjun does not have a win here.
No, bishop f8. I couldn't find a defense. What do you play for bishop f8?
Well, the evaluation bar is showing it's equal.
What?
Yeah. This is so strange.
Yeah,
how can this be equal? It's either winning for white or winning for black. Because white sacrificed
bishop e3, what if he goes back bishop g7?
What is bishop e3? I thought, yeah, that was the point.
Now just rook g5. Now just rook g5.
Oh, okay.
And bishop f8, again, not easy to find a defense. Although I'm tempted to include some queen f4 check just in case,
Okay, king
but
b1.
yeah, the queen can get overloaded.
King b1 and rook b8, is it? But I'll play rook h6. And that will be over. After queen h6 and queen f5, king h8 and bishop h6.
Yeah. Not easy to find a defense against bishop f8. But Aronian has so far done it in a spectacular way. He has been playing really fast, even though he has been under the pump, even though he has been the one under the pressure. He has spared no advantage in terms of the clock. And he does go bishop g7. So after rook g5, he loses a rook, but I think he gets something in return. Rook into f5 and rook h5 check is coming. No, what defense? Oh, queen d3 is his intention. Okay, he wants to play queen d3. So what can how can white try and press home the pressure here? Rook into f5 taken, queen d3, and do you just? I think the queens are. It's forced for white to exchange the queens now. There is no way out. Maybe there is one way, like you can give this check and play queen a4, but this spoils white's coordination. So he will probably exchange the queen. But even after the exchange of queens, black's king is not totally safe. The attack is still on. So for example, let's say something like h5 now, forcing black to take here. I'm not going to take it. Or maybe he might even take, because getting this pawn here allows white to play b3. So takes, and now h5. Whenever there's rook b8, there is b3. And apart from that, the threat is to just play rook f7 and h6, against which there does not seem to be an apparent defense. What do you guys think?
Oh, I love this h5 h6 idea actually. I think finally we are going to see it. Yeah.
Yes, but we have to be a bit careful. Yeah. So black also has his defensive constructions, like knight f6. I'm thinking h6 and bishop h8.
Yeah.
So white has to be really accurate.
Maybe rook f7 start. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. What do you think instead of this? Just to play a rook h5 here, king has to go on g8. And now, without capturing on d3, just to go bishop h6, just to pin the bishop.
This is also nice.
And how black will survive here? I want to play rook g5.
I thought the idea is that queen into c2, king c2 and knight e6. But if we can fight it somehow, then this is very strong. Maybe f4 now.
f4, f5.
Rook a7.
4 f5. But f5 you have knight f6, is it?
Knight f6 also knight f6. Knight f6 is really powerful. Although white can play bishop into g7 and get rook h6. But yeah, it's a wild, complicated position, yeah. And I think the game has taken a slightly different turn. Meanwhile, I have a huge update in one of the games. Anish has lost with white against Artemiev in just 21 moves. How shocking is that?
Oh no, that's 4-0 then.
Unbelievable.
No.
Oh my God, the vaccine is really taking its toll.
I think
mean,
it's a
otherwise,
1v3 effect.
how?
I think the
What
man
they
simply
really
hasn't been himself.
vaccinated, what they did to him.
No, I think it's just the 1v3 effect. He simply hasn't been able to psychologically recover from it. You know, I'm just tempted to go through Anisha's results since that staggering defeat against uh, AD/1B3 slash cowboy nonsense.
Nonsense.
No, it's just very unlike him. No, like we have not seen him have this kind of result for a really long time. So
Yeah.
Yes, so
it's just completely unlike him.
since the defeat against AD, Anish drew with white against Ding Lijun. He drew against Di Gukesh, and he also drew against Arjun Erigaisi in the last round. And then we have seen him in the quarterfinals. So I think it has left a deep and I mean a very deep scar in his mind psychologically. It's like,
I'm actually trying to think like I think in the first maybe no, not even in the first CCT, maybe like before the Champions Chess Tour started, there were some other online events on Chess 24, and in one of them he was facing Magnus, and he had a really tough time, I remember, and he won only one game in that match, but that was already last year in October or something. And after that, he's been so consistent and fighting so hard in every match, and yeah, this is like so unusual, super unusual to see
yeah, that is true.
Anish have
He
this
simply
kind of
hasn't been
result.
himself.
Yes.
True. I completely agree with you. What's going on in this game, by the way? I mean, we will get back to trying to come up with a sensible explanation of what is wrong, what is going wrong with Anisha's game. But meanwhile,
Oh my God.
the game has turned around completely. White is no longer the one who is pressing anymore, right? Because he has all these completely disjointed pawns, and Black, on the other hand, if he can get his pieces coordinated, the minor pieces, and Aronian is extremely tricky. The knights in general are very tricky by themselves. So I think it's going to be tough for Arjun to even save this game from here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this bishop e3 move was I'm not sure if it was the best move or not in that position. I think it felt like there was a definite finish in that position. With the king so stuck on h7 and allowing this queen exchange doesn't look very right to me.
Yeah, I think your suggestion of bishop f8 was really strong, but it was not easy to find. I think Arjun just probably simply didn't find it. Meanwhile, we have some extremely concrete action in the game. Uh, Aronia has
Wow.
sacrificed an exchange. He just gave up his rook for this bishop, and he did this at lightning fast speed. So it's going to be three minor pieces against two rooks.
Wow. Aronian with his exchange sack, I think he must be feeling very comfortable now. Okay, finally I gave an exchange sack in the game. Now it's my kind of position.
Yeah,
I
it's
actually
like
think
welcome
it's
to my territory. Yeah.
yeah. But I don't think White has anything to complain also in this position. He'll definitely be able to at least hold this.
Oh, rook a3. He's going away from the board. He doesn't want to be under the forks or checks. I like this move.
To be honest, these knights they give threats from so many directions. I cannot help but visualize a nunchak, in martial arts. It can hit you from any side, and it's so incredibly dangerous that you have to be really careful. Whereas something like rook, it's more like a stick. It's a blunt force object. It's going to hit you, but it's going to travel straight.
By the way, King A3 very smart move because imagine like King C1 would have run into Knight D4 and after Knight D4 you have to move the rook on F5 and Knight E2 is a fork.
Nice, nice, nice. That's a fantastic
So King
illustration.
A3 was
Really
very,
well
very
put.
cool because King on B2 would have also come under attack because of the bishop on G7. And after king b1 also, black has all this knight d4, knight e4 jumps coming in.
Yeah.
I like king a3 actually. It is at least not coming under any kind of fork and no immediate checkmate.
Yeah, it's a very sensible move. You know the danger, probable danger that's coming, and this avoids a lot of it avoids a lot of dangers, direct dangers.
But also, if these rooks stuck on each other, like how black is going to prove that he's better. Like if you capture the rook back, I'll capture with my pawn. And is it really enough forces to win the game? I think we might see a draw here in the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, true. Although to be honest, any three results are possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think actually this, it's not easy for black also to find accurate moves here, right? Like where to put the bishop is a real decision to make. Whether to keep it on this diagonal now on a1 and h8 and keep it on h8, but it's looks so passive on h8, or put it on h6, but then you move it from this diagonal, and you
No,
also
I
after
really wouldn't
rook.
put it on h8. It looks so dangerous, yeah, because to activate the bishop, you have to move the knight. But if you move the knight, there is always rook h5 mate.
It's
But then
almost like
after,
your two pieces are not working after that move.
Kind of. So you just prevent something like knight f3, and it's not going to be easy for black to move here.
so
So
bishop
I understand why.
h6 on
Yeah,
the board, by the way.
yeah, I understand why he went bishop h6. It just feels better coordinated. And now I think I would play h5 here, just to ensure that the rook is protected and to free this rook. Yeah, he has played h5.
Just
Knight
to see
f5.
now also it's not easy. Now rook b1 is possible, for example, and enter on the seventh rank.
Yeah, rook b1, and here I think black might try and. So black needs to try and get his pieces coordinated first and foremost. It's not been easy. With white, I think this is the right approach. You have to keep giving these threats, because if you allow black to sit comfortably, then black will start threatening these pawns. So rook b1. Now the point is, after knight g7, you want to go rook b7, right? And now if the king moves, then white can just keep giving these repeated checks, so black is not able to progress. Instead, Arjun goes king a4, knight g7. Maybe he wants to just play rook f6 in order to not let either of these knights move. Yeah, he has played rook f6. And I think next rook g6 might come up, and he won't mind taking rook into d6, because if you eliminate the pawns as white, black will have absolutely nothing to play with. It's dead draw. So these pawns are basically the danger, because the pawns have the potential to promote, and in such a situation, white can be in trouble. But if you eliminate the pawns, it's pretty much equal. And Arjun, having been in such a pleasant situation and with such an unexpected turn of events, I think he will be happy to end this with a draw and live today, fight tomorrow.
Really, I thought white will try, like if you get a king to f7, for example. I know it's a dream, but I mean, what is black doing? Black can only push his pawns, right? And if he pushes his pawns, they become weak.
Yeah, objectively, what you're saying is true, but from a psychological perspective, given how the game started and also the clock situation, but maybe I think it's just two different opinions. It's not something. It's not a fact. So let's see what Arjun does. This is what I think.
Oh, so
I
what
think he will
Aronian?
play. I think he will take on d6. Try to take on d6 if he can also get the c5 pawn.
And maybe what Aronian wants is bishop c3, and after rook f7, king h6, and take on h5. Maybe this is what he wants.
Yeah, true.
So,
In any case, this certainly improves the bishop from h6, from where it was not doing much, to a much better diagonal, from where it can also defend the pawns. So on d4, it's centralized, defending both c5. and attacking some of white's pawns. Also, G7 it's important to defend. As white, I do feel some danger here. I would try to. I'm actually thinking of h6, bishop into h6, rook h1.
Yeah,
h6. What do you do?
that looks nice. But wait, after bishop h6, there black has no moves.
Rook
This
h1.
looks
I
long.
actually don't see a move. Yeah,
Yeah, and
exactly.
if pawns are rolling, then king is so close to stop them.
Yeah. He just plays with the king b5. So bishop c3. There is rook f7, I guess. But can't help but wonder what he has against king h6. Looks like sooner or later he might lose his pawn. Maybe he just doesn't mind losing that pawn because that would help him create a mating net. But he's also
Oh, that's
getting
also makes some
perilously low on
sense.
time.
Yeah, I liked. To be honest, I really liked this h6 move. So tricky.
Yeah, h6 was nice, but maybe I'm just missing something.
If you
You
take
know,
with a knight, then I'll take d6 pawn.
yeah, exactly. And here white just cannot lose. Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
so safe.
impossible.
Arjun has only 1 minute remaining. But yeah, typically against people like Aronian, these are the kind of things I miss. I think I find such ideas and then I miss some counter chance, some very strong counter chance. So maybe I'm missing something here.
He plays bishop e5. I like this bishop e5. It somehow controls the whole board. It's activated. It's totally better than it was on h6. This bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this maneuvering. And he also wants to do this king h6, king h5 idea.
Inevitably, yes. But Arjun also comes in and takes over all the light square control. Black does not have a light square bishop. His knights are stuck to each other, not able to. They're kind of bound to each other. Oh, I see. I see exactly what Arjun is doing now. Now it all makes sense. Okay, the moves from king b5 onwards. So first he puts the king on a4. Next, the king goes to b5. If you see, he's just walking along the light squares because his opponent has a dark square bishop. And here he just has to watch out for a knight fork. Again, very people like us, I think we are very susceptible to this. But Arjun, he's walking with his eyes very alert,
Yeah.
and maybe he just goes king d5 and king e4 next. And king h6, he always has rook f8. So
Yeah,
king into
I like
h5,
this
rook h8 is
defense.
checkmate.
Beautiful defense. So Aronian goes back with king h7.
And now back
rook
rook f7.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the point where they repeat, because if Aronian plays, he's also in danger of losing.
Yeah.
White threatens king d5, king e4. Bishop d4, I think just rook g2.
There's also king d5, and if you capture on f2, rook g7, and you can take this bishop back. For draw,
nice.
this is enough.
Nice. This is nice. Maybe king d5.
But if he wants to play a little bit more, then rook g2 looks absolutely fine. Oh, he goes for rook g5. He goes for rook g5.
Yeah, I think the most sensible move is forcing the knight to move, and when the knight moves, he just moves away the rook so that he has enough control attack against g7, maybe rook d7. Practically, any three results are possible. If black over pushes, then black is also in a big danger of losing, and if white over pushes again, white is also in danger of losing. So knight at 6, I guess he will go rook d7, right?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like if one side tries too much, like to win, then they might fall for some traps.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the sword fight. Yeah, both of them are circling each other, but the one who lunges, they come in the attack of their opponent, within the range of the attack of their opponent.
Hold on,
And
how you know so much about it?
I just watch movies.
I see.
No, I haven't been in an actual sword fight. This I can confirm.
He sounds so pro. I thought you enjoyed that sport.
All I can say is I watched Game of Thrones.
You watched?
Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Who is your favorite character?
My favorite character in Game of Thrones. I actually quite liked Tyrion Lannister. I mean,
Tyrion.
we are talking about the first 6 seasons, yeah, because the last 2 seasons, someone else. I mean, it was not Game of Thrones; it was something else. But
Vidit says
when the
that.
show was good, sorry,
Vidit says that Srinath has been in other fights through.
what? Oh my
What Vidit
God.
wants to say.
It's good that Vidit is not part of the commentary yet.
Yes. Yet he's coming soon.
Yeah, Bishop f6, Rook g6, and
Yeah, I think it's now White who is pressing a little bit, activated all the pawns. He could play something like Rook d6 and ask for a draw. There was a draw immediately, but he refused that, and he's looking for a little bit more. Why not?
actually he could have taken Rook d6. Yeah, maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a draw because knight into h5 comes in and there's no Rook h6.
Rook
check
h6 and
because
king takes.
g8. Yeah.
That what I would
And-
do if I play against Iranian.
True. But
Yeah, but I really like his idea. He played Rook g6 first, sort of controls 6th rank. He pushes, he pressed on d6. There is always this kind of sacrifice there. Then he plays f5. This f5 supports g6 rook. And also, there is some h6, there is some f6 ideas.
yeah, and Aronian is down to just 25 seconds. So they are both down to the less than 1 minute zone. Aronian always had more time in the game, but for the first time, they are around equal on time. And I think White is in absolutely no danger of losing. He can take Rook into d6, Rook into d4 anytime. So he's in absolutely no danger of losing, but he does keep some winning chances.
Yeah.
Why is this position just equal? Why is this position just equal? It looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah, it does. But how about king f7?
You're scared of h7
Yeah, I
for a
was
second,
scared,
yeah?
but knight f5. I was scared of that.
Yeah. So this is what happened in the game. H6, king f7, h into g7, king into g7, rook into d6, bishop d4. And I guess this is a draw, yeah, because white cannot advance f6 because of this really powerful bishop. And
Yeah.
whenever the white king goes to g5, I think black gives a bishop e3 check and comes back. But I'm really not sure if practically this is that easy to hold. So rook e6 check for starters, king f7, and now king e4. Yeah. Now
bishop
now the idea is-
somewhere. Yeah, after king f4 to play bishop f6. He has to play bishop f6 or check.
This looks incredibly dangerous for black, to be honest. The evaluation bar shows equal, but I really don't think it's practically what the humans would think. The drawback of having the rook on e6 in a position like this, you don't have this rook e7 check to push the
Yeah.
king back. But on
So
the
you
other
have to
hand,
play
if the
rook
rook is
somewhere
somewhere
else, yeah.
else, yeah, the rook is somewhere else, then bishop e3 check is an option.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but the thing is that white cannot manage, like white cannot play rook g5, king g5 and the check at the same time. And if king comes on f6, that controls everything and it can be a draw.
yeah. Meanwhile, I think the evaluation bar is stuck. It's not really equal. This is what I realized when I cross-checked the game. So we'll have it fixed in a few seconds. In the meanwhile, feel free.
There is a question. There's a question for you if Katie is Indian. So if you guys did teach me some Hindi, I would be saying yes.
Well, I think Katie is soon in the process of becoming more Indian than AD.
All the roads goes to AD.
But yeah, maybe Georgia is not totally. I mean, there's probably some similarities between Georgia and India. Yeah.
I think food, we have some sort of like spices and this kind of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
And my grandmother loved to watch some Indian series. She was watching one series for 2 years. I was like,
Which one?
Grandma, wait, is that the same series? And she was like, yes, for 2 years. So yeah.
Which one was it, though? Do you remember?
It was translated in Georgian language, and usually they are changing the name. I don't
Okay.
remember well, but then the main character died, and I was like, come on. And she said that she has to stop watching because she's upset. For 2 years, she was watching that. Yeah, I was also watching time to time when I was visiting her.
Reminds me of Joey's grandmother.
Whose?
Joey from the Friends
Joey.
series.
Yeah, Joy Tribbiani.
Meanwhile, I think the question is why it is not able to make any progress. Yeah, because this
Yeah.
F6 is firmly under control.
Yeah, it's some
And,
positions even without a pawn can be a draw because king cannot access to this square where he can push the king, like to control the squares and then push the opponent's king backwards. So
yeah, but it's definitely not that straightforward. Yeah. As black, I think you would be kind of scared. But I think our evaluation bar is just really, really advanced. Yeah, it's deeper. It's much deeper than your average stockfish. So it sees through like stable bases. It knows this is a draw, and therefore it shows the equal evaluation. Once again, king g5, there is bishop e3 check all the time. So white is not able to get the king to g5. Without getting the king to g5, whenever white plays rook d7 check, king f6 is possible.
yeah,
So
this king f6 is really annoying.
yeah. So yeah, I think it's a draw, guys, and the evaluation bar is not stuck. It just human level deep or table basis level deep.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we
Let's see,
also
draw.
have another result. Ding Lijen has lost against Jan Christoph Duda in their first game. So there's only we officially have a draw. So the only remaining live game is between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, and now we know for sure that the bar is fixed. The bar is stuck.
Soumya, you have to make some noises because they think chat thinks that we did something wrong to you.
Hi, Chad. I was away. I had to attend to something, so I was away. And thank you, Katie and Steve, for holding the fort. Yay! And it seems like Arjun made a draw. Okay, cool. So Srinath's prediction came true. Yeah.
About the draw, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It
but
was
I
a
think we
tough
are
game, though.
unanimous in our
It
prediction.
was
right?
very interesting, actually. Like so many concepts and middle game as well as the end game. The end position was also very nice.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, who won the first set yesterday against Wesley So, is on his way to getting a fantastic start in his game against Wesley So. He's winning with the black pieces. How did this happen, Soumya? Sorry.
Magnus is black, no?
Yeah, Magnus is black. And is G3 check winning now? No, you have to
Rook
be careful.
H1 is winning, no? Rook H1.
Yeah, Rook H1 is simply winning. True. Rook H1, Knight G3, and now you just take this calmly, yeah? And it's game over. Because Rook into A2, there's Rook H2 check. And if you don't take Rook into A2, if you take King into G3, then Black just queens the pawn. quite calmly and have to take stakes. It's just lost. So Magnus has won his first game against Wesley So, and he just needs 1 point out of the next three games in order to advance to the semifinals of the Gold Money Asian Rapid. Meanwhile, maybe we can have a look at how Anish lost so quickly against Artemiev. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so it's been kind of shocking tournament for Anish in terms of the knockouts. We have never seen him lose four games in a row. I think ever since we have known him. I think not even when he was like 14 years old. Have you ever seen? Do you ever remember such an instance in his life, Katie?
I remember what?
Anish losing four games in a row in
I
any
remember
sort of
only
situation.
one tournament of his when he ended really, really badly. But it was many, many years ago. It was over the bad, over the, sorry, over the board tournament. And yeah, but it was so many years ago. And after that, I was observing his results, and he just came back very calmly and won several tournaments in a row. So yeah, it's strange because he's the one who is one of the solid chess players. Like basically never loses a game.
Indeed, indeed. Meanwhile, we do have the man of the moment, the guy who you've all been asking, begging, screaming, waiting for the last 1 hour. Vidit has entered the Zoom with a befuddled expression. He's like, "What are you saying?" But that has been what has been happening in the chat in the last hour. Every five comments, one comment was, "Where is VD?"
You're on mute, VD.
No, no, he's not on mute, but
Hello.
yeah,
Hi, hi.
hello,
Yeah.
hello, VD.
Now I was
The
just
voice, the face people have been waiting for.
now I was just surprised when you said man of the moment. Like these guys are winning there, and I'm just joining the commentary team. Definitely not the man of the moment. Actually, I wanted to show you one trick while I was
Mm-hmm.
watching, and that
Mm-hmm.
literally forced me to come live. So can you show Magnus's game?
Yeah,
Uh, and you said after this Rook H1 at some point, move 78. Yeah,
yeah.
here knight G3, Rook A2.
Knight G3, Knight into G3, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rook
Oh,
A2.
yeah, King G1.
King G1
Yeah, I
was the
see it.
trick.
Oh,
I
That's
see it. I see
wow.
it.
and now Rook A2 with stalemate.
What a nice trick.
Exactly. And that's why Wesley was laughing on the screen. Magnus was aware, because it can get complicated. If you lose the G4 pawn, it'll just be a draw. So,
Yeah, true. So maybe it's just safer to play some Knight F5.
yeah, he
Yeah,
played that and just queened.
yeah. So
Just read
VD,
the chat.
first of all, congratulations. I think on your, is it your first ever tournament win online yesterday?
No.
Apart
I
from the
did
FIDE
win.
Olympiad.
Oh, yeah. I know, the tournament where you defeated Fabi. Mr.
Yeah. That
Dodgy
was also nice.
Invitational.
Sorry?
Was it Mr. Dodgy Invitational
No, it
last year?
was Welcome October Blitz. That was the name
Ah,
of the
okay.
tournament of Chess 24. So Fabi, Swidler, Adiban, they played there.
Yeah,
So
nevertheless,
yeah,
congratulations.
thank you. I just realized the key was not to stream. That's what I was missing, like
I
because
know.
I realized it takes a lot of mind space when you're playing Blitz and streaming and talking at the same time. I felt the quality of the games were better yesterday. Like I was
Definitely,
not
definitely.
blundering as much. Oh, the games have started.
One of the games has started. The game between Artemiev and Anish has kicked off. We
Is
have
the
at
clock
7 minutes.
wrong?
Isn't it very surprising, really, to see Anish lose 4-0? And we were discussing what could be the reason, and we actually feel like maybe the vaccine has really taken its toll, because it's
Soumya
so
thinks it's the
unusual to
vaccine.
see him have this kind of result.
Well, it happens, sometimes you just because you are expecting that they'll win always, but like Artemiev played so good yesterday. If you look at the games, he played really clean, and even today, he when he gets an advantage, his technique is super good. So he's not giving him as many chances. And when you lose, you're kind of more desperate to win, so you take more risks, and then you lose again. So it's like a spiral. But then what is this position? Very weird.
I know. That is why the clocks are not wrong. After knight f3, d5, g3, bishop g4, knight e5, bishop f5, c4, and now knight d7. Here already Artemiev was he went into a very long thing. He spent about close to 5 minutes here before playing d4. And now Anish was the one who was thinking. He had already spent a minute on knight d7, but after d4, he spent about 3 minutes on e6. But it seems like he was under immediate pressure on d5 and b7. Yeah, queen b3 is a typical move, and the pawns are on d5 and b7. And after knight into e5, d into e5. If black takes dc, maybe white just takes queen into b7,
Right, and
and
the king is
the
very
pawn
open.
structure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Anish has to go bishop e4 in order to try and maintain his pawn structure. But as a result, he's making a lot of moves with his bishop. So after d into c4, queen into c4, bishop d5, queen c2. White also hasn't really started off developing his pieces. So
But
in
I
that
think he is
sense,
better. I think white is better here because the pawn structure, in general, it feels, although it's a double pawn, I feel he'll play e4 soon and the bishop will look very stupid on c6, for example. So I feel white is slightly better. And there's no easy way to attack the pawn on e5. Creative opening, but still I feel white is doing well. That's my 2 cents.
right. So assuming we get a position like this, normal moves knight c3, knight e7, developing moves e4, bishop c6. Bishop is going
Yeah,
to look out of place, and
play bishop e3 or something. But okay, knight g6, goes on. Pro
yeah,
def.
indeed, it goes on. But the strategic factors you mentioned, they stay intact.
Right, he can play bishop d2 also here. So I guess he's wondering what to do.
Yeah,
But this is
eventually,
a must-win game, I think, for Anish. This game he has to win, otherwise very tough to come back in the match.
No, I
well,
think the
for
match is
Anish,
over if he loses this because he lost the first quarter final and
Yeah, no,
Artemiev
he'll
also won the first.
no, no. If he loses, yes, but if it's a draw, also like
Uh,
Artemio just needs one more draw, right? So this
right,
is a
right, right.
must-win game for Anish, and the position doesn't inspire so much, to be honest. Looks very tough for Anish to come back.
yeah,
We were remembering where was the last time when he had bad tournament, Anishkiri. Do you have some tournament in your mind with it?
Where Anish had a bad one. I right now actually in Bucharest, he didn't do so well in this classical Grand Chess Tour. He lost to Lupulescu, and I don't think he won a single game there, if I remember correctly. So he ended on the bottom half of the table. It's just that it's a classical tournament, and online tournament get more attention nowadays. That's how it works. So people really forget classical events very soon. That's my feeling because nobody really watches it for the entire duration. But
right,
rapids people remember better.
right. But yeah, I mean, having a few bad games is one thing, but losing 4 games in a row, I really don't think that has happened in Anish's life since he was a teenager or something. I think
No,
not
But
as I
since.
mentioned, this match against Magnus was one where he lost a lot of games, but that was already last year in October or something. So
which match?
there was a
Magnus Carlsen
match, like
Invitational.
I think in the Magnus
Oh,
Carlsen Invitational. Yeah. So he won exactly one game, but he lost a lot of games and he was on a
I think it
pink
was
in that
this. I
match.
think it was this banter blitz, maybe against Magnus, where they played
Yeah, yeah,
last time
yeah.
and
Banter
Anish lost.
Blitz.
Yeah, it
Both
was
of them
banter
were
blitz.
streaming it. That's true.
Anish was more focused on the banter, clearly, um, as he
Of
usually
course.
is. So, and Magnus was focused on the blitz part. So I think that's fair enough. We can give that to EG. Um, but okay, this
Yeah,
position looks very tough, no? To make something out of it. Like, Srinath, do you have any
as long
analogy
as
of
it's.
sword fighting to help us here?
Let's not get into fights with it. Let's not get into the fights.
Wow, long castle. Look at that move. Did you expect it? Long castle.
No,
Very
exactly
brave.
what I was saying. You were saying that it's hard to get something out of it, and Arteme plays long castle the next second.
Yeah,
And
but the king is safe. Although it's opposite side castling, king is kind of safe on c1. It's not going to get into attack. Actually,
true,
it's
the
safer
bishop
on
on c6.
c1 than on g1.
What c4 on c1 then g1?
Safer,
Safer.
safer.
Safer. I was yeah, okay.
Um,
So yeah, the bishop on c6 also not really helping black generate coordinated attack on this side. But again, it's going to be a bit more strategic here. Yeah, I don't really expect.
I think queen c3 kind of move can be played, or he moves the knight first. I don't know. Queen c3 makes sense. Control all the dark squares. You protect the e5 pawn, and then you just develop. Yeah, bishop e2, knight b3. He gives knight c4. Now
Knight
Anish
c4
would.
first, but I think queen c3 is probably on the cards
Yeah.
sometime.
I don't like
Hmm.
knight c4. I like queen c3 more, keeping flexibility. You don't show your cards so soon. Okay, he goes queen e8. Now what? Bishop e2 or what?
like C4, maybe even F4. Nobody wants to play F4, F5, is it? Bishop E2, Rook F1, F4, F5. Is this an idea?
It's an idea, but a bit slow. Yeah, hard to realize. I feel Black will soon do something on the queen side. You know what I feel Anish will do? Typical Anish to go bishop a4, b3, and bishop b5. Oh, he
And it
did
has
that. Yeah.
exactly
You,
happened
you
on the
know
board.
him very well. You
It's
clearly
typical
know him
Anish.
very
He
well.
provokes. He likes to provoke in his tweets and in chess also. He really likes to provoke his opponents.
So now he wants to play A5, A4 next. And white might play A4 himself after A5, and then black can get B5 in after bishop A6 or something.
Very sensible, actually, what he did.
Queen
Provoking
e8,
makes
bishop
sense.
a4, and bishop b5. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like knight c4. It's kind of like you give some targets.
It looks like black has successfully managed to get some use of this awkward looking bishop, which went from f5 to e4 to d5 to c6 and now to a4 and b5. This has been the bishop's journey so far, 6 moves out of the first 17. And but yeah, I think eventually it has managed to get some use. How does white
Sorry,
continue here after
sorry,
17?
Srinath. I have to first ask Soumya what happened there because I don't think I saw, but some.
The chat is hilarious. There is a person in the chat called Chess Montage who says anyone wants music suggestion in the background. I mean, it's an official stream. There are 4 commentators here, but they want music.
That's how bad we are. That even with 4 of us, they still want music over our voices. That makes me feel
No, I
bad.
honestly thought it was for the bishop dancing around the board.
Oh, that's a nice way to look at it.
I
Thank you
think
for
that's the only
saving all of
way.
us.
Yeah, exactly. Where we don't look stupid. That's the only way.
He goes
Wow.
a6 though, not a5. What is the idea of a6? Just knight c6, queen e7, rook d8, or I mean knight c6 it traps the bishop after a4. So
Yeah,
that's
I thought I would have preferred a5.
oh, does he just want to go knight c6 because e5 is hanging
F4,
after
F4,
bishop at
F4,
c4?
F4.
Yeah, f4. I was hoping to get this knight to b4, so you never
Yeah,
have
but rook
a4.
d1, queen c3.
Just a nice question, yeah. Meanwhile, there's a super chat from Ashwin.
Ashwin, yeah,
Congrats,
congrats.
Udit and Nihal for Title Tuesday and the Silver Lake Open. So Nihal has just won the Silver Lake Open with a score of 8 out of 9.
Oh,
And
that's nice. Thank you,
Wow.
Ashwin. I didn't know. I thought somebody said that Nihal won the silver medal in Silver Lake. Oh, that was a joke,
no,
maybe. Silver
yeah,
Lake, silver
probably.
medal. Okay.
Meanwhile, the Arjun game has begun and it has.
Oh,
it
let's see
sees
what
a repeat
Srinath
of
has
this
prepared for Arjun.
A3
Thanks.
line. This is.
So, Srinath, what was your preparation here?
I think we can discuss it after the match. There's going to
I
be
don't
the
think-
second game, the second
think-
white game.
I think
And
Levon is
probably
the
a bit-
last person who will come and watch our stream. I mean, he has better
I
things
know,
to
but
do.
even Let's Chess Live has an Armenian teammate and lots of Armenian fans. So,
Oh,
I,
she's
I,
playing tournament, no worries.
I,
And I will not tell her. Neither our chat who are here, by the way, and I would like to say hello to them.
But I think I had a game here against Dingleren, which was very similar. I think I took CBAB and played B5 or
in
something like
the
this.
Tata Steel Blitz, yeah.
I've had many games with Dinglichen, sorry, Raja, forgive me, Dinglichen. So I have had this, no, not A5, B5.
Ah, B5 here.
You're showing your preparation, but thank you, Srinath, for exposing the preparation. The A5, B5, Knight B4. Levon, if you're watching this. No, this happened. This happened in the game,
Yeah, this
B5.
happened in the game. He has played B5.
I think now White has to play Knight B5.
Huh?
Knight b5. Okay, the
Sheena
rook
trying
on
to act
a8
is so funny. Like, Sheena trying to act cool. Like, oh, this is not part of my prep. I of course don't check my lines with engine. What is this? Sheena, Knight B5 is very normal. There are two moves here, CB and Knight B5. Oscar. Sheena is
Right.
never getting the Oscar, clearly, for overacting.
Okay, let's just take away the
He
spotlight
tried
from
acting
me for
career
now.
first, right? Three, and he was kicked out from Bollywood.
I'm just going to make the moves and keep quiet. I'll let you three carry on.
Commentator's bias can be seen here. But
Aronian
will
is
11 play Knight
thinking.
B5?
Yeah. But knight b5 is natural, actually, right? I mean, it's not like, I mean, do you, like, once you spot it, you feel like playing it. What I mean to say is
Yeah, I
maybe,
think Knight B5 you have to like play if you want to play for advantage, because if you just play CBAB, if Srinath you can show
Yeah.
the most CBAB, it feels like you lose the pawn, but you have Rook B8 here at least, and it's too dangerous to give up the light squared bishop. Like that's the soul of your position. And if you go back Knight C3, then just Rook B4, and I don't think this will come to any advantage. So if White has to play for something, he has to play Knight takes B5, and I think the move AB does not look good. That you take the Knight CB, and then the spin is very dangerous. So I think after Knight B5, you want to play Rook B8. And like if the knight moves, you take on b4. The main key idea for black here is to play d5 as soon as possible, like open up the position. Maybe you can do after.
At this point, yeah.
Yeah. So this was just me telling Srinath's preparation.
Well, in any case, there seems to be a draw in the Magnus Ding game, by the way. Sorry, in the Magnus Wesley So game, by the way. They have made a draw. So Magnus is leading by 1.5. Wesley So has to win the remaining 2 games in order to stay alive in the match and impose a tie break.
Oh,
Yeah, even
Magnus just forced a draw, yeah?
Yeah, he just forced it.
Oh. And Wesley played Berlin. It was tough, yeah, for him. Very
Yeah, I
tough
mean,
now. He has to win
if
both the
Magnus
games.
wants to draw with White, there's only so much you can do. Yeah, I think you can personally testify.
Right. Oh, this is going to be tough for Wesley. So it seems like Magnus is going to go through. Maybe we can look at Anisha's game.
Yeah. So Anish is doing really well, by the way. Rook D8, and I'm happy that I can now start speaking again. All these dark squares, yeah, D4, C3, Queen into D8, Queen into Queen D4, all these things coming.
But there's a trick, if with White I would like to play something like Queen C3, try to get Bishop E6 ideas somewhere.
oh, wow.
Tricks. Since when did you start looking for tricks so much, really?
So the black's aim is to get this knight versus bishop endgame, or he wants to stay in the queen and knight versus queen and bishop endgame?
I think he wants to play with Queen and Knight because they say, yeah, Queen and Knight work better in harmony than Queen and Bishop.
Right.
And unless you are like sure that it's going to be something, you won't want to trade queens. One of the ideas for black here could be to play G5, undermine the pawns. let's say, then you capture and you can go queen f4 later on, queen h4,
Ah.
sorry. But you don't have time to do that. Maybe
Well,
here,
actually, in fact,
sorry.
Artemiev has no time on the clock. He's down to
Exactly.
30 seconds.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
my
true. Maybe
God.
we should stick with this game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Thanks
we
for
can stick
pointing
with
that
this
out.
game
And
because
any special reason why he didn't go for queen d3? Perhaps because of this g5 idea anyway, yeah? After queen d3, bishop d3, g5.
Yeah, now he's hoping for bishop a6, some cheapos. So he's just trying to put this trick.
yeah, apologize. I'm 5 seconds late, but yeah, we are back here.
So here white is threatening to take the pawn on a6. So black has to either support the knight on c6 or move it.
Knight d4 seems to be an acceptable move, no? No problem.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind playing queen d4 here
Or
myself.
maybe a5. Maybe a5 also move to play knight on b4. Let's get into Anish's shoes and think what he's thinking. I feel he'll play a5. I might be wrong, but I feel that.
What are
You
your
know
thoughts,
him
Katie?
best, I guess.
Sorry, what?
I was asking Katie, what would she play here?
What move I would play? I would play queen d4 here because I just trade queens wherever I can. But then I was thinking about that Anish has lost so many games already, and queen d4 is not the move that he would play here. I think he will just keep the queen on the board, and both moves I like. I like this a5 knight b4 idea a lot, and knight d4 looks also just fine.
And chat, you can also get into the mix. Do suggest what moves you would play here. Knight d4, queen d4, a5. So many interesting options. I think all four of us suggested something different. Yeah.
So what are the
Some of these
options?
are decent. So there's knight d4, there's a5, there is queen d4, and I think even queen d7 is an option. Although that doesn't feel.
Okay, I'll just quickly create a poll. Knight d4, queen d4, a5, and queen d7, yeah?
Yeah.
I hope Anish doesn't play before that. Let's see if chat can get it right.
Oh, Ritvik
Let's see
Radhakrishnan
that.
has a nice suggestion. He says after a5, what if bishop a6 anyway? I think we didn't see that.
Oh, that's a very cool move. That's a
Yeah.
very cool move.
Yes, but
Wow.
the bishop gets trapped, no?
No, bishop c6.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Ritvik 1, Srinath 0.
No, queen b6 and then queen f2.
Okay, so Ritvik 0,
Oh,
Vidit
nice.
1.
Okay. Right now, chat is mostly saying a5, 52%. 26% is 94.
I voted for that.
Yeah, I don't know. Nice.
I voted for queen d4 with 2 accounts. but still
It's 18%. Yeah, I mean, you have to, you cannot play knight b8 or something, right? Because then it's too slow. White will play b4, b5, maybe.
No, Anish is deciding whether to go into this endgame or not. Maybe that's what he's saying.
Oh, he goes for queen
Oh,
b4.
yes. We got it right.
Ooh.
18%, whoever you are, we got it right. Yes.
But I don't think it's correct. Now
Yeah.
how do you win this?
Well, first you put these pawns c5, b6, a5. But if I start with c5, maybe you play a5. So I'm thinking you start with a5.
Maybe g5 as well, no? You don't want to play g5.
I do, but I
King
kind of
C3,
want to block your
Ah,
entry
a5.
first.
He starts with
A5.
a5.
a5
And now
king
c5.
c3. Oh, you play c5 and b6? Really?
Yeah. Because otherwise I have to bring back the knight, no?
I feel
And
this
do your
is
king
just...
forward.
Why not to play b6 and then c6, b5 option? You still have this
And this
on the board.
b6 when?
b6.
b6.
Ah,
Yeah,
here
after
you go.
a5. Yeah, king c.
No, a5, king c3, yeah?
Yeah.
No, you
Okay,
have
he
to be-
comes knight c6 here.
Yeah, he comes knight c2.
After
Oh, by
c5,
the
you have
way-
to be careful of king c4, b6, b4, no? You're not scared of that?
Oh, okay. Of course, I did not see that, Soumya. I mean, you know me for such a long time. What question are you asking?
Oh, this is so pretty. Like you take the pawn, the king c5, and the knight is trapped in the center of the board.
Yeah.
Like literally, wow. Chess is so beautiful at times.
Well,
Amazing.
especially when you're watching. Yeah, this is lovely. Amazing.
Nice
Have you
spot, nice
ever been
spot,
able
Soumya.
to like appreciate your opponent after he showed like such some beautiful idea like this? And
No, I hate him. Yeah, like I appreciate when I'm watching it, but not when he does it against me, Doesn't matter how
Srijit has
brilliant it is.
hated me quite a lot of times.
oh my god, Srinath flexing. It's a weird flex there. Katie, how about you? Like, if let's say your opponent shows some beautiful idea over the board, are you in awe or?
Oh, it's not very often happening. Like girls were not showing too much to each other, but there is some like nice guys, and they like to analyze, and I like it because after the game, we're still people and still want to chat a little bit and have communication. So yeah, I like to share also from
No,
myself.
but like during the game, let's say your opponent plays some brilliant move. Do you feel like, oh my
During
god?
the game?
Yeah. Like, do you feel
Wow.
like, oh, I missed this, or oh, wow, this is so beautiful? Like, what is the usual reaction?
No. I get really upset. I get red on my face.
Yeah,
I really get upset. Yeah.
By the way, there's some interesting action going on in the Aronian Arjun game. Um, Aronian has just sacrificed a pawn. So maybe we'll take people through from where we left the last very quickly. We were looking at this position with b5. And then we saw all this knight into b5, c into b5 stuff happening. Aronian didn't play any of that though. He played knight f3. And then after b into c4, d into c4, rook b8, attacking the pawn on b4. So Aronian just defends it with queen a4. And here Arjun went knight g4 and knight e5, immediately going after the c4 pawn, seeing that his opponent hasn't yet castled, so he's a bit undeveloped. He goes for this, and after b5, queen c7, Aronian just calmly plays castle. He just sacrificed this pawn on c4, and this is pretty curious. What do you guys think of the sacrifice? Where is White's compensation here?
Good question.
I see that the computer bar shows a significant advantage for White, but where exactly is this advantage? It's not apparent. It's not absolutely clear. And Aronian himself has spent more than a minute in this position.
Oh, Sri, how about b takes a?
B takes
That
A,
might sound crazy.
Oh,
you take it immediately. Okay.
Yeah.
How about b6? Like, I thought the idea is b7. So if you play bishop b7, I mean, probably that is forced, no? Because let's say queen a4, then knight a4. And after bishop b7, bishop into b7, rook b7, we have knight c5 with tempo. So I think he has to play bishop b7. And now maybe there is something here, yeah? Like if we can gain a tempo, how do we do it?
How do we do it? I thought rook b4 is an option. What are your thoughts with it?
Nice.
How does White get compensation here?
I was thinking like you cannot go immediate rook to b4. That was very tempting because of ab5, I think.
You mean right now?
Yeah, right now I first thought was this, but ab5. That was the problem. But wait,
Nice.
Aronian misplayed terribly. He played a very weird move. Queen a5. What is that? Oh, his trick is AB to play queen a7. Very cheeky. But knight c6. Maybe he missed this move.
Bishop into c6.
Point is bishop c6, queen c6.
Oh, this is beautiful.
And queen b8, bishop b7. And it's checkmate and you lose the queen.
Wow.
Oh, sorry,
I think he missed this. I think he missed knight c6.
Very nice, yeah. This is very pretty. Queen a5, but Aronian always, even if you have never studied any of Aronian's games, like after seeing all these games, you can like immediately understand he's so tricky. Like loves to play for tricks, no?
I feel that he's underestimating Arjun a little bit. With his opening choice also, going Kings Indian in the first game. And even here, like, he played a bit hasty, this Queen A5. I feel it's not
No,
like
but
estimating his
on the
skills
other
in the
hand,
tournament.
yesterday he played more conventional openings with black, but he also quite didn't get what he wanted from the opening as black, right? I think he was kind of under pressure in at least in one of the games, if not both. Arjun has taken A into B5. I think that's quite impressive because if Aronian did this Queen A5 against me, there's a good chance I would have stopped after Queen A7, believing that Aronian has something here. Psychology works like that quite a lot, yeah. The mutual blindness.
Oh,
Right. If you respect.
he's shaking his head, is not he? Or he was just how he
Yeah,
does
he's
often.
shaking his head. He is shaking his head. The whatever little we can see of his head, we can clearly see that he's shaking it.
Yeah, he did this again.
So the poll of my channel says Arjun will win 49%.
I know
It's a lot.
what Katie will vote for though.
Armageddon.
Yeah. Wait, how you know that I vote for that?
We know.
How you
We
know
know what
that?
you want.
Anyway.
Yeah. So A into B5 taken, but still there should be some way for White to get some kind of compensation going. Yeah.
I think Rook
Maybe
C1.
knight d5. Oh,
Yeah,
rook
rook
c1
C1.
is also good. Yeah,
Okay, who said knight D5?
I said knight d5. Doesn't work.
Knight
No,
C6
no, I
maybe.
was.
It was like, how a principal or a class teacher says, who said that? Stand up. Who said that? Who said
Yeah,
this
I was
mistake?
like-
Yeah.
I was like, does it work or what? Oh my god, knight c6 queen trap or what? Queen c7 and rook b7.
And then Soumya suddenly
No,
got
we have
like
queen
so
f4.
embarrassed there. She was like,
No, Queen C7, Bishop
sir, I
E5
did,
traps the Queen.
Oh wow.
Knight E7.
Hey, no,
is like-
knight e5, knight into e7. Knight
yeah,
into
knight
e7.
E7, King G7.
Oh no. You have king g7. So annoying, yeah. This is very pretty. Do you think this could happen?
No, I don't think. He played Bishop D5. No, the thing is, Soumya and Katie's style are quite similar, so I
what
just.
is the style?
They both
Playing style.
go for the king. Yeah, they just go for the king in most positions directly. You see, there's a pawn hanging. We see things like, okay, yeah, we can take a pawn here. Katie and Soumya are direct attack to the king.
So, but okay, black can simply play queen c5 now, no? I mean, I don't see what's the problem. Rook c1, is it? Is that the problem? Rook c1?
No, but then knight C6 you have. I think queen C5, bishop E3, you have queen C3.
Yeah.
Oh. Nice.
But bishop A7, so you don't have queen C3.
Oh.
Okay, but even this position is so unlosable with black, yeah?
No, you can lose
Which is
this. Takes rook B5, bishop
Bishop
F3,
A6.
bishop F3, rook B3. I was trying to show how you can lose.
Yeah, true. But with it, by that logic, any position is unlosable.
Losable, you mean?
Yeah, losable.
Who said unlosable? Who said?
Oh my god.
What? Oh, okay. The queens have been traded off. The queen.
Knight
This
C6 was
also-
weird, no?
I think he just wants to go into something
Yeah,
safe
yeah.
and unlosable.
Unlosable.
Results. All the pawns on the same
But
side.
this looks very good for black at first sight, but maybe there's some problem like knight D5. So you might think of move like bishop B7 here.
Bishop into D7, rook D8 is your trick, yeah?
I thought knight C4, but yeah.
But bishop f4 is not possible because of
E5, yeah?
Right.
E5.
Yeah, also I think you can just go D6, yeah? Just keeping the...
No, I meant
Bishop
after
c3
taking
you
a
can
D7.
take, no?
Oh, okay. Where e5?
No, we were discussing another variation, but
Srinath, you're too slow. We discussed that variation, it ended, and now you're checking it. For you.
With it, if I am too slow, imagine how it is going to be for the chat.
that's true. So bishop b7, what would be your evaluation of the position, guys?
Unlosable.
Unlosable for black. Unlosable for black. Okay, that's good news.
I think knight a4 is one move which crossed my mind, like trying to bring the knight to c5.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem here was, like, you have to think of the most unobvious move, like bishop c6 here.
Yeah, bishop c6 looks really
Yeah.
nice.
And then you exchange the bishop and you have an extra pawn.
Oh,
Wow.
it's on the board. Knight a4 is on the board. And I think bishop c6 we'll likely see in the next 30-40 seconds.
No, in next 10 seconds. See? You don't know your student well, Srinath. You make such obvious moves immediately.
Yeah, true.
30-40 seconds is too much for this. Why would you think? He'll happily play now. I have an extra
With it,
pawn.
that is also
I'm
true.
going to bully Levon.
That is also true. It was made within 30-40 seconds. Just because it was made within 10 seconds, that doesn't make it untrue.
He's not trying to defend his honor here. But it's too late, I think.
Chat is going like VD bully. Chat, imagine what I've gone through all these years. You only see it right now.
But I didn't make you, when you were my second, I didn't make you work all night or something, no?
Sure,
I don't think so.
Sure.
I think you had your night sleep most of the times.
Guys, do you want to have a look at Duda versus Dinglish? They have a very interesting position with opposite
Oh.
sides castle and.
Maybe just we
Duda.
check up on Anish before that, like what's happening,
Yeah,
just to
let's
know
do
if
that.
he's. Oh, draw, yeah. Yeah, this looks.
Yeah, actually, I think you're bang on point. Yeah, the queen exchange wasn't really a great idea.
Queen d4, we won chat. And then now it's a draw. That's the only thing you want. But
Chat,
I'll tell you
you're
what this
equally
position is.
responsible.
I think this position is unwinnable.
Hey, but how is it a draw? Like if I play f5 at some point, how is black
I think
defending?
that's the only way you should not play with white, I feel, because 97.
Like if I bring my king to d4, okay,
So-
he's doing that. He's bringing his king to.
No, like let's say, for example, you put the king to c3 and you're thinking of f5 right here.
No, not with the king on c3. Like I want to be able to play king f4 or king d4. So he has brought his king to e3 now.
Will be pushed with c5 anyway.
Exactly.
No.
That was my point, yeah.
Here, yeah, for example, when knight is on b8, okay, now king e3 if I go.
Knight c6.
So king f4
Knight
I always
d4.
have, no?
Yeah, but now it's just like with white, you
No.
don't need to do anything here. Literally,
No,
you
no,
just sit and should be fine.
So with you'll just keep your knight on d4. You won't move it ever, and I don't have this bishop e2 idea because I wanted to bring it to h5.
Black will just defend with king d7, king e7, and then black will start playing with the knight.
No, I think this is also still a draw. I think it's clear. It's just a draw. Maybe we can move on to different game because I don't think anything is gonna happen here. Nothing will happen. To quote someone famous.
Oh, hey, let's show that position once.
Self-flex.
Can we go back to the analysis board?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the knight on d4, the position we had, like.
I think
this
Soumya is
one.
going to suggest to give the knight.
No. This position here, bishop e6 doesn't work because knight into e6. Because pawn into e6, we have pawn into g6, and this is win. Oh, this is.
Even this is not
winning?
winning. No.
If we bring the king, it's not
maybe
winning.
It is, maybe.
G7,
how?
knight e7,
No,
king
no.
g4.
No, knight g8.
Knight
And how to
g8.
enter?
And
No,
king
no, no.
c6,
Start with
b5.
king
G6,
Start
king
with
G4.
b5.
B5.
You have b5.
AB and now c4. Thematic idea, chat. If you are learning chess, this is good to know how to break through.
This is very nice, actually.
We do officially have a draw in the Anish Artemev though. So
Yes.
Anish is also half point away from
Getting
being knocked out
eliminated.
from this. Yeah.
Dinglish is winning, yeah?
Yeah, Ding Vision is set to
He's 1
strike
point
back.
down in the match.
Set to
He's one
strike
point
back.
down in the match. So if he manages to win this, he'll equalize.
You know what opening he played to win? That's the opening you should select. Karokan. Only way to
I
win with
didn't.
black.
Although I'm tempted to ask, why didn't you play Karagan in this entire tournament?
Because Sicilian worked well. That's why. Oh, like he just won a piece, yeah, now in the game, live board.
Oh yeah, he just won a piece. How did that happen?
Oh.
E4,
Oh, he
E4.
just.
The point was, like, to just show the chat, there was one interesting idea. E4, Queen F4. Now you can
Oh
simply play
yeah,
King A7 also. Like just Bishop E4, Knight E2.
Oh,
true.
I did this a couple of times today. I blundered queen before our stream. I streamed like for 2 hours, and I think I gave away like a couple of queens just like this. Knight is your idea.
It's a poker
Everyone's
stream.
been
Just have
there.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Okay.
think Ding is equal.
So
I think.
maybe let's go to Arjun
Equalizing.
game, yeah? That's the game which can still end in a draw. And if Arjun wins this, he's going to be in a great position for the match. Like with white, he can just make a draw and then with like hold the last game. So this game is very important for Levon if he has to be in the match. I think you just play G5 here, yeah? Black's idea should be to just push the pawns, I feel.
I was thinking first go with the king to
Yeah,
C4.
yeah, of course, yeah. King d5, king c4 also, yes. Actually, king d5, king c4 is even better. Although I hate to agree with Srinath, but this was a good move.
He goes knight C5.
What you guys think about knight trade? Is it better to trade the knights and play with the bishop endgame, or
I would
any
have
of the
preferred to
side
keep the
that's
knight.
knight?
I think it would have kept more complexity in the game, which would have been good for black. What do you think with it?
Yeah, I did like this knight c5 move. Like, there was no hurry to do it. He could have played king d5 easily, wait one move. Now I'm not so sure if it's winning, to be honest. Because the king comes to c4 and blocks it. Did Arjun mess up? Oh my
I
god, this
think
would
pretty
be...
good
But
chances that he did.
how is it a mess up, really? Like if I play king d5 now, because after you play e4, I get the bishop on d4, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is the
king
question we
d6,
have
king
on the
e5
screen.
next.
Yeah, now I think you just play h3, g4, put the pawns on light squares, and you put bishop on g3. How do you enter with the king?
King d6.
And bishop g3?
King
No,
d6.
Ah,
Instead of e6, king d6.
no.
That's what Katie is saying.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
So you start with
Yeah,
bishop
it's
d2
its own
here, yeah?
time to get on e5.
So you start
Yeah,
with
so I
bishop
start
d2.
with bishop d2. Yes. Very interesting endgame.
But in any case, the point is when you're the one who has an advantage and your opponent is in this position, it's probably better not to hurry with something concrete unless you're, immediately winning. Otherwise, it becomes so easy to defend against such a direct attack.
Levon just
So,
relaxed on the stream, so I feel he thinks that he has got this. Because this was a huge chance given by Arjun. I think knight c5 was, yeah, it was not a good technique. I think he would agree
yeah,
himself later on.
true.
So
He
what would
probably
you
just
have
missed
preferred
one
here
move.
instead?
What Srinath suggested, I think it was a very good idea. Just bring the king first. There's no way white can stop it. Oh, now he has played h5 in the game.
But
Oh, bishop f2. You just lose the pawn now. Why h3? Bro, play bishop f2.
Yeah, no, bishop f2 was like.
Yeah,
But
h3 was
okay,
so
I think
weird.
Aronian thinks it's just a draw here.
He's going for fortress,
And
but you
I
don't
think
need
Arjun
fortress.
also thinks it's a draw.
Oh, no. This was so bad. This was so bad. Completely
Also reminds me of
unnecessary.
this Hari Krishna Alireza from the Online Nations Cup. Similar bishop endgame.
Right, I think if this was COB and someone was hosting it, they would get the best design award, clearly. I can't
Thankfully,
believe
that's not the
Samay
case.
has come up with such ideas of best design in chess. I've played chess for 18 years. There was never such award of best design. Okay. But yeah, this was really, this was a big chance which Arjun messed up. And he had so
doesn't he
much
still
time.
have a chance? Like, what if I take on g4 twice and I play bishop e5? He plays bishop d4. Like, the idea was take. Now bishop e5. He plays Sorry, not bishop e5, king d6, sorry. Instead
Bishop
of bishop
check.
e5. Now check bishop e5.
Bishop f2. No,
Now
not
bishop
bishop
h,
f2. You go
bishop
somewhere, I
h2.
think, bishop e1 or something you go maybe.
Somewhere where you can control e5.
Right.
Right. So you have to keep controlling e5 instead of taking the c5 pawn. Because
Yeah,
then the
basically
king
there is
will
only
come to
one entry
e5.
point, and that is very easy to block.
Can we show this line for the chat just after bishop f2? Like just for the chat? Instead
Yeah,
of
sure.
bishop h4. Like if we go bishop f2, then bishop h2, and after bishop c5, we can play king e5, and after
No, king d3.
King
You
d3
can't
and
even
we
bishop
play
have
king
king
f4.
d6.
f4. Oh, we
Ah,
Bishop
don't have
d6.
king
e5,
f4.
e5.
Oh,
Yeah, now this would win because this pawn cannot be blocked.
Still not sure if this is winning, but yeah.
But this is a good chance at least. So
Yeah,
it's
but black is not
important.
getting this.
Yeah,
Oh
so it's
wow,
important to keep
they
the
made a
e5
draw
square.
already. This is
Um,
probably. I mean, not optimal from Arjun. Yeah.
yeah. I think he himself would be upset. What does he
yeah. He
show
just
on
stormed
camera?
out from the chair after the game.
Yeah,
Srinath is
I
going to
think.
get a phone call now.
No, I mean, I think he just got disappointed the moment. I think he probably missed something here, and then he got disappointed because the rest of the game he was not even trying with his heart.
Yeah.
He was
But
just.
what is remarkable is that he was in the driver's seat in this game as well as the first game of the match.
Yeah, he's playing very good. He's just playing very, very good chess. I think the point is he's not making big mistakes like like which are very common and rapid. Which change the evaluation too much in just one move. Uh, but I feel like here he got a bit too excited with knight c5, which is natural, and he probably miscalculated. It happens like you see a move and you think that it's winning. For example, I think in that position he would have seen e4 after knight c5. Takes.
One second. Let me just bring it up.
So I think he must have seen takes e4 and he thought, okay, the king is top, but now you play c4 with black and the king never blocks it like how it blocked in the game. Probably just missed this. And you realize this mistake as soon as you play it, yeah, because he's a very classy player, he knows it. But it just happens that you play the wrong move. I don't know what is the science behind it, why we play it, although we know that it's bad. It happens to every
Yeah.
chess
And
player. I
that's the
think.
worst feeling, like when you make a move and in a second you see why this is bad. Like you see all your line ahead of you. Like you see all the lines right at the moment you make the wrong move.
Exactly.
But
And
does
you
it
know what
happen
the
to you?
problem? Sorry, go ahead, Soumya.
No, please continue, Vidi. I wanted
No, I
to.
was just saying that the problem with chess is that you can't even throw any frustration or tantrums. Like, in football, for example, you can have that adrenaline and, you can do something, for example, like some physical gesture. In chess, you just have to it builds up in your mind, then you can't even do anything about it.
No, but in esport version of chess, you can do something. You can have a
Right.
punching ball next to you and do whatever you want.
But I wanted to ask you about what Katie mentioned that as soon as you make the move, you realize that it was wrong. I mean, I understand. We feel this on over the board chess, but do you also feel it on online chess? Because over the board, we are actually touching the pieces, right? And when we touch the pieces, we suddenly understand the position differently. So
Oh,
does it
that's a
happen?
good point. That's a good
I'll just be
point.
back in a moment.
That's a good point because online chess I don't even see when
Arjun is
it's
actually
on the
calling
board.
Srinath. I feel so. Srinath is getting some firing there from Arjun. Good to know.
Yeah, he's getting the call for sure.
What was your point, Soumya? Like when it's over the board, then?
Yeah.
Like when we are playing over the board chess, we can actually feel the pieces, right? So when we make the move, we touch the piece and suddenly we understand the position better. But in online chess, it works differently, right? So do you feel the same in online as well, that you make the move and you realize it's a mistake, or it's only for over the board chess?
I think it's both. I don't see any difference between online and over the board when it comes to these mistakes. It just happens that you calculate, you're in the flow of calculation, right? And you just play the move and then you immediately see, oh, there was this tactic which I missed. And it
All
happens
right.
all the time in online over the board. Like it's just too common. I think every chess player can relate to it.
Yeah, in my case, it's just like this. Like over the board, I see it more easily, but online chess, like somehow, because basically I'm playing and streaming at the same time, and so my concentration are divided in many parts, and sometimes I don't even see when it's all already on the board. Like it's already on the board, but I can still see it. But this is of course just not as serious as when it is playing. It's just streaming games.
I think in
Yeah.
chess, it's just like even if it's not serious, nobody likes losing, right? Or it's just me. Even casual game I take too seriously, but I don't. I really despise losing. I think all chess players do.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't know
not
why it
alone
feels
in
so
this.
personal. Losing in chess feels very personal for some reason.
Yeah.
No,
So it
I feel
depends.
like
Yeah,
for me,
Soumya.
it's even worse to play a bad game than to lose, actually. Like it feels worse if I don't play well than if I lose. If I play well and I lose, at least I feel okay, I played well. But if I played badly, I'm very upset with myself. So it's not for me, like losing is not the main thing that upsets me.
I think there are various parts. I think the worst kind of losing is where you are winning and you had it and then you lose. I think that's the worst because you feel that it was yours and it's unjustifiably taken away from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also it depends, it depends on how good you are at chess. So if you're someone who loses badly, then you can, who loses rarely, you can afford to be in a position where you feel bad after losing. But
That's true.
if you're someone who loses very frequently, someone like me, then there's a point when you have to stop feeling so bad after losing, otherwise playing chess is just injurious for your health. So I think it's a privilege that only people at the elite can afford to have.
That's very well put, actually.
I mean, also if you're not a professional, which I think only like 1% of the chess players are, uh, in that case also it really makes sense to keep your expectation levels real and just play chess for the fun of it without really focusing too much on the result. Because if you don't do that, again, you're kind of spoiling the whole purpose of playing chess in the first place. If you're a professional, then it's a different thing. If you're in the top 50, top 100 and playing chess for a living, yeah, then it requires a completely different attitude. But if you're not in that, which I think almost everyone except Vidit is, then I think it makes sense to have a more chilled out attitude towards chess.
I
By the way,
agree with
Towards
that.
Srinath,
losing.
sorry to break that thought. Like Duda resigned in this position, and Magnus's game has already seen 20 moves, so we might
Wow.
need to go there.
Yeah, they like it's a drawn rook ending, actually.
Yeah, I think this is what this line is what Wesley recommends in his chessable course. I'm not promoting, just saying. I
Mm-hmm.
think this is what he has recommended, and he played it here against Magnus. Isn't it true,
Guys, this is
Srinath?
third game or
I don't
last
Third
game?
game.
remember, honestly. I don't
Third game.
remember
Third
it.
game.
It's the third game, and Wesley needs to win, which looks very unlikely from the current position.
Yeah, I
I
think
think
they have played this very opening a few times in the knockout encounters between them in the earlier champion chess tour, and I think Wesley won a couple of games. I remember Anish making fun of Magnus's memory vividly.
that's every day. Anyways, I don't think it's connected to the result. Anish making fun of Magnus,
I
but
mean,
how do you
I
defend this
remember.
position, by the way? Just curious. Like rook d7 is a threat, like both the rooks on the seventh rank. And how do you defend here?
It's
Maybe
actually tricky.
rooks.
Yeah, you have to calculate all the way.
No, you
For
can also
starters,
bring your rooks, no, to
yeah,
the
rook
second
f3,
rank.
right?
Rook
But
Oh,
f2.
rook
Rook
f7
f2.
you want?
No, rook
Oh,
f2
okay.
I wanted to.
oh, this is right. Actually, this is a good point. Rook d7, and now you just play rook c2. You don't care about the
No,
g7
I don't
pawn.
think this works. I don't think this works,
Why?
my
Why
King
not?
f8.
because rook f7 check
King
comes, yeah.
We
King
can try with rook b5 instead, or
uh,
instead of
Like
c2.
even if you go king h8 after rook h7 and rook g7, rook f7 comes by
Oh,
force.
nice, nice, nice trick. So the point is all the rooks will get exchanged, and white is up an extra pawn. That's the point.
Yeah. Sorry, Katie, you're saying something?
Can I come rook b5 instead of c2? So there will be no this kind of idea here.
Okay. Okay. This is smart. So there's no rook
B4 we
f7. So.
have, but then you have rook G5 and threatening checkmate on G1.
No. First I take. I
King
first take
F8.
and then I think. And now maybe b4.
a5 here.
Rook h7.
Yeah, A5 feels a bit slow maybe.
Rook h7, king G8. No problem.
No, then rook
No, I give a check first.
check and rook C7. Now you threaten mate again.
Annoying.
Not
Maybe
reference.
instead of
But what
A5.
if and if I come back king G8, you can play rook B7, right? Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, same
nice
idea.
dance.
You can leave the rook.
It will.
Yeah.
Oh, he played A5. Magnus played A5. Very interesting. What can be his point after rook B7?
Oh,
I
now
think
he
wants
wants to
put
give
rook
a-
g5. And then I think he wants to take this pawn.
Rook C7?
Rook f3.
No, I think he wants to play.
Yes.
No, guys, I think he wants to play rook f1 and play king a2 a4 and try to play rook c1 next.
I mean, you don't want to give up this pawn, right?
Oh, then you play rook c1, right? Okay, rook c7.
Yeah, like if you do something like this, then
Yeah.
takes and rook c7.
Yeah,
But in any case, I really don't think he will give up the g7 pawn. He will give up the c7 pawn, but not the g7 pawn. He will keep it. And how does he keep it?
I feel the bar is so can be misunderstood. Like it just says equal, but the position is very far from like complete draw. Yeah, black has to make some accurate moves to make a draw. So equal doesn't mean draw. And when we watch the games, we just think, it's just equal and it's fluctuating. But playing over the board is just completely different than the evaluation part. But the Anish's game also has begun, from what I see.
Yeah, the Anisha's game has begun with another awesome opening. Yeah. Oh, this is not Carogan. I'm sorry. It's the London system, but it is Carogan exchange variation. It also comes this exact position. I think it also comes from e4, c6, d4, d5, e into d5, c into d5. Here, bishop d3 is the main move, but let's say for some reason white starts with c3. This can also happen, and knight c6. And now again, for some reason, white goes bishop f4. Now we have the same position that happened in the game, but from the London system order. So if you notice the pawn structures, you notice all the similar things. Pawn structures is the skeleton of any position.
That's a good point.
Srinath, who did you get the call from? Is the question. Was it from Arjun?
I cannot reveal that.
Was it from your girlfriend?
Especially I
Both
cannot
can't
reveal
reveal.
that.
GF reveal. After all, it's being streamed on with this chat as well, so why not?
Yeah, I mean, if there is a GF reveal, it's not going to be from me first.
Knight bd2. Okay.
I think f6 will be played, maybe. Seems like a typical move to play here. Will Artemiev play f6?
F6 does seem like a typical Caro-Kann move, yeah?
London system is it something Anish plays, or I mean I haven't seen him play London system recently.
Anish plays everything. He's a ECO. Like he knows all the openings. Maybe he might know some openings better than others, but he's one of the players who can literally play any opening on any given day. That's one of his biggest strengths. But you know what Artemiev does sensible is he might not know openings very well, but he picks very solid lines, like Raja does many times. And it's very hard to go wrong when you pick solid lines. You might be slightly worse, but he believes in his middle game ability. Like after just 5-6 moves, Anish is kind of out of his opening theory, I feel. I don't think this is a part of big opening analysis. And okay, it's just a game, maybe slightly worse, but it'll be a game, and you have to outplay Artemiev to win. So he's sensible in his opening choices.
Have you ever played against him with it?
Against, yeah, many times. I have, I think, a favorable score against him in classical, if I remember correctly. But in rapids, I think he has a better score. He's very strong in rapid blitz.
Yeah, I
Very quickly.
remember. I remember it was either in Moscow or Petersburg forward Rapid Blitz, and he showed their extremely nice performance.
By the way, I have a question now. I just got reminded. I want to know about Russian culture. Is it normal to marry early in Russian culture? Because
Why you ask
Artemiev,
me, Vinit?
Artemiev, Artemiev is like what, 21, 22. He's married. He has a kid. Anish has two kids. So is it like a thing in Russia, when who have Russian culture, that to marry early, as quick as possible, and then to have kids? It's,
Well, Anish was raised in Russia or where?
no, his
He was
family, like
traveling a
his
lot, right?
no, no, his mom is Russian. They
Yeah,
speak
I know
Russian
that.
at home,
Yeah.
so it's very Russian culture, right? Even though he
Yeah.
lives in Netherlands.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's actually true. Well, the thing, I cannot really speak about Russian because I don't know that. But speaking about like in Georgia, if we have some similarities, like these people are falling in love very early age, like at the school, and then they are just connecting each other, like their lives, and they're getting everywhere together. So.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm almost 30 years old, not married, cannot say much.
I was just curious there.
Yeah, that's a nice phenomenon. Like, for example, like some schoolmates of mine, they were married right after the end of the school at the age of
Wow.
17, 18. 18, yeah, 18,
Wow,
19.
that's really early.
Yeah, really, this is happening.
I don't know. I
Srinath
don't
just
know
went
why, but
silent, when
I don't
this
know.
topic.
Yeah, I mean, when you take the topic of marriage, I just remember AD for some reason. I don't know why. I mean,
Poor guy getting
all
roasted.
I know.
Always.
different variants of AD. Wondering why AD is not Russian and all the different variants.
By the way,
Meanwhile, the
there were a
Arjun
lot of
game has
moves.
begun.
Okay. Also, Wesley got into very passive position. I don't know how, from what I see.
I told you, yeah. I mean, Magnus defends the G7 pawn. He gives up the C7 pawn, and then he plays for pawn to play.
No, how the
I
rook
gave you
landed
the
on H1.
prescription. He kept attacking the H pawn. Again,
No, no,
I
wait,
gave you
wait,
the
wait.
prescription.
What prescription? I don't get it. Rook F1, why not king it? Everything move you say uses prescription. For what? I don't get it.
King A to Rook H1 VD.
Okay, that's the prescription. Got it.
Yeah.
But this looks very wrong to bring the rook passive on H1. This
I mean,
doesn't
it's an
feel
equal
right.
position. What do you do?
Yeah, I think match ends, huh?
Yeah, seems like the match ends. Seems like Magnus has. So if Magnus wins this, he plays the winner of Arjun versus Aronian, yeah?
Oh wow. Oh wow. That would be epic if Arjun goes through and plays Magnus. Oh my god. What a dream semi-final.
Yeah.
So move back to the Arjun game.
Right. Let's stick to Arjun game.
What do you
That's
guys think?
people
How
want.
many ties we will have today? Tie breaks.
How many tie breaks? I think maximum 2, yeah, because the Anish Artemiev, it seems the odds are huge that Anish will make a comeback and enforce a tie break. So I think the favorites for the match going into the tie break, Arjun Aronian and Ding Lijin against Duda.
Oh, Aronian brought his lavash back. He started to feed himself.
Energy.
So Vidit, remember what is the name of this snack he's having?
Some bread, no? Lavash or something. Yeah, it's correct.
Correct.
Oh, nice.
Oh wow. Look
I
at
don't
Arjun's
remember
move.
people's name, but food names I remember.
Look at
Are you
Arjun's
going
move.
to
He
try
goes knight
Lavash in...
G1. Just look at his move.
But I think Black is doing well here. In general, in this type of positions, yeah. it feels like this f5 square is very weak and stuff like this. Like you put the bishop on f5 or knight on f5, but the space advantage which black has more than compensates for it, and he has two bishops. If I have to pick something, I would pick black here. In fact, maybe a move like knight d6, bishop e6, and you generally try to put the king on the other side of the board, yeah, long castle. So I would actually like black, but again, engines is just equal.
Yeah, and Arjun, I think he also has a bit of experience in these types of questions. So it will be quite interesting to see what exactly he has in mind. Typical Queen's Gambit declined. Yeah, Aronian actually went for 4 knight b d7 here, and Arjun decided to go cd ced bishop g5, going into the Carlsbad pawn structure. But it didn't quite go into this typical Carlsbad queen QGD game, because Aronian went for h6 g5 and decided to eliminate this dark square bishop right away. So that's basically how we got into the position which we have on the board right now. And white is set to take control of the f5 square with knight g3, knight f5. And I think white will himself castle long and put the king on b1. So I think we probably will see a same side castling on both the sides, yeah. White castles long, black castles long, and a bit of a strategic battle in the center.
Right. This reminds me of this Friends episode where they play this football, American football, and Ross asks Rachel to go long.
By the way, it's not easy for black to castle. Like if you place queen d7, knight into e6, queen e6, bishop f5 we have, and if he takes
No,
f6, we have
you
bishop
always take
d6.
with the pawn, I think. So you play, you put the queen on dark square on g5 or something, or
But
even
then I give
d6.
Bishop g6.
check,
then.
no? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, but
like king e7.
just move the king, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Right.
that's not so easy. Knight b5 will be on the way.
Yeah. C7 is not so easy because of knight b5.
White can
too.
castle easily here and open up e4.
Yeah, but the king is very safe on e7. Like, you can just go rook f8, double on f5 maybe. You don't need to be worried. In the game, Arjun played knight c e2.
Knight g3 is his idea, yeah, clearly. Telegraph.
No, I think there was a threat of bishop d4 actually, a cute one. Like if you play some random move like a4, just to show, yeah, bishop d4. You cannot take the bishop. 96. No, 96 bishop c3 is wrong, Srinath. Queen c3.
Oh,
Wake
just
up,
queen
wake up.
e6.
Srinath, wake up. Queen e6. Yes. And
Yeah,
then
no, I
it's,
had to show the chat why queen into c3 did not work, because of queen into c3 attacking the rook.
Right.
And therefore you have to play queen into e6.
He was like,
Sure.
"Oh damn, I did not told him this line."
Srinath, if Arjun wins, you reveal your phone call conversation. Yeah, what happened?
No, yeah, sure. I mean, if Arjun wins, I'll do whatever you ask me. But here also, I mean, if he wins the match. But here
Right.
also, h into g4, yeah, the variation goes on.
Yeah, but I was not. That's why I didn't say h3. That's specifically. That's why I didn't say h3.
Now also knight g3, bishop into d4 doesn't work because of knight into e6. And now queen into e6, bishop f5, because the king has castles on the queen side. I was going to start by saying now also knight g3 doesn't work because of bishop into d4. But thankfully I noticed.
By the way, I have a question for you guys. Do you think Arjun will castle long or short?
Surely long castle.
Katie?
Long.
Long? Both? Okay. Srinath? Okay,
Long,
he already
long.
castle long.
Castle long.
No, but there is no chance you would castle short here.
Why?
No, black has
Actually-
already played g4 and h5 and then you
So-
castle short.
Darna kya? Why to be afraid? Like you can still. I think castling short was a better move, to be honest. I feel objectively.
Really?
Yeah. and
Okay,
then
these
you go
knights
A4
on
before.
f4 and e2 are really nice knights, but it's just hard to do such a move.
Yeah, it's hard to make this decision. I agree completely. But I felt that black's attack is not really going anywhere. And white can play b4, b5. And then it would be very dangerous. Maybe this was interesting. I don't like long castle. Now, what is your plan with white after long castle? You can't attack. You don't have any breakthroughs. I think black is only doing better here.
Yeah, I think you have a very fair point there with it. It's not
as
easy
always.
to play with white. Yeah. But I think white should try and break with h3, yeah? That should be his plan.
Yeah, I think h3, you play bishop f5. I think Arjun will soon play bishop f5 if given a chance.
Yeah, exchange the light square bishop and play against these pawns. But
Do you think
having
Levon will
said
play rook c8 and c5?
rook c8,
Will
rook
he try to
c1.
open? Hmm. Right. It's not easy to play with both sides this position, no? It's like a
Exactly.
some
Exactly.
sword analogy, like where both are at standstill. Srinath, can you please explain?
Yeah, I mean, both of them looking at each other. Whoever lunges first gets into the opponent's attacking zone. Have you ever been in a sword fight with it?
No, I've been in other fights, but not a sword fight. No, I
Knight
wish I was
fights?
in one sword fight.
Super unrealistic, not to be in a sword fight. Like, I don't know. Like,
That's pretty cool, like to fight with a sword and all. I think that's pretty
I mean,
epic.
if fencing is your hobby, you could be in a sword fight.
Exactly.
Fancy?
fencing.
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 The
It's a
sport,
sport.
with actually sword fight, official sport, fencing.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I think that's where it comes, no? The word touche.
My etymology of this game is not as strong as yours.
Ah, yeah, this game. I never know how they are counting the points.
I think with each poke that connects.
There are some sensors in their outfit, or what's the point?
I don't know. I guess that's what the referees count, no? Just like in boxing when
Referees.
they count the headshots.
Yeah, touche
So
is used in sword fight actually, in fencing. It's like an acknowledgement of a hit. So when you're at bully Srinath and he acknowledges, yeah, that was right, he can say touche. So that's where it comes from actually. Nice.
I know the word touche from this AIB video of Halia, but that's where I got it from the first time.
By the way, is Wesley doing well? Now he's pawn up. I read some chat that Wesley is
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, yeah. Wesley has won a pawn, so I think Magnus missed my prescription at some point. King A2,
I think he
A4.
got sick of listening to this prescription word.
Why not? Why not just Rook G2 here? Why A4?
Rook, B, Rook G1 hit forced, no? Rook G1 is. Sorry, Rook B1.
Yeah, Rook B1 and now Rook G4. Just wait.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the best thing to do is not do anything to maintain status quo. A4, H5, and what this did is it allowed this Rook H4, Rook A4 attack.
Because whoever lunges forward is vulnerable. True.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, you're such a good student, man. You learn so fast. Rook G5, Rook H4, Rook B5, Rook B4. Nice intermezzo. And now after Rook into H5, Rook into A4, Rook G5, Rook B4. King H7. Well, Wesley
This,
could actually
this
have a
endgames are
very good
so
chance of
tough to
winning
play.
this, yeah.
Is it so? Is it
Especially when you
very
cannot calculate.
very hard to play the such questions, right?
Yeah, especially when you don't have time to calculate, yeah.
Exactly. I think Rook G1 will be played maybe. Okay, he goes King H6. Now, do you think he'll play Rook B5 or something, or no? That's too
No,
much.
it's too dangerous, I think. It doesn't feel right. Or
Yeah.
maybe because this rook is not catching this pawn, yeah. But rook b5 black is not going to take, right? But then you advance with a5.
Rook B5, I'm
No,
not
rook b5 is
sure.
thinking rook g3.
No, then A5, right?
I give a check.
Takes Rook B3, and maybe my pawn is just a little bit more advanced.
Yeah, it's a little bit more advanced, but also the king is a little bit more advanced, yeah. I was hoping to win a tempo with rook e5, but then the king just defends.
He played Rook C4 in the game. I think his idea is to play B4, B5. But there's a weird request in chat. I should do commentary by mimicking Sagar. Then what will Sagar do? I cannot take his job.
So very weird.
Yeah, that's really such a weird request. people love Sagar so much that they want me to imitate him and do the commentary on this channel as well.
What happens for Rook G1? Did we cover that already? He played Rook G3. Okay.
Ooh, maybe now just A5 and you push the pawns. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this
Yeah.
is very likely to be winning for white because there's one
Wow.
extra tempo with the A pawns. Whoever queens first takes control of the opponent's queening square. And
I think white should not play Rook C3 here and defend the pawn, right? He
yeah,
played
he has
A5.
played A5. He has played A5. So
Yeah, man,
everything
this
gets
is going to be
taken.
exciting. Takes,
King
takes,
A4.
king.
King
Now
B4
A6.
or A4 is the question, no?
King? No, I
B4
want to
or
allow this, no? And
You want to play
A4 and
B4?
B4 controls the same set of squares.
I want to see what Magnus's expression is like. Okay, he's very focused.
But
Not giving up, giving anything.
Not
from
really
the
going to
expression.
help in this position, yeah. It feels like black should be losing.
Yeah. Big
Try
time.
and
A6, no? You just push A6.
Or do you want to give a check first, push the king back, and then play A6?
Oh, that's also an option.
So when the pawns advance with the king so far away, there's a good chance that one of the pawns will fall.
do you want to count? Let's say Rook E7
Hmm.
after Rook C6, King G. No, Rook C6 check you're giving, no? He played A6. Okay. He played
Yeah,
A6,
he played A6.
G4. So A7 will allow Rook E8, of course, forced.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe now B4.
B4.
But B4 might be
G3?
slow, is it?
That's what I felt too. So then, how do you win here as white concretely?
G4.
It's such a pain to calculate in this position.
Okay. Let's try.
Wait. What
So
happens for
easy to
B4?
write.
What happens for B4?
Played Rook
B4,
C6
G3,
check.
A7.
Rook
E8.
E8 is forced.
Now B5.
G2.
G2 Rook C1.
H4.
Most straightforward
Rook
way. Yeah.
G.
H4
H4.
B6. H3 B7. H2. And now B8
Right.
queens. They should win, no? Because you queen first.
Not H1. Maybe G1. But okay.
Okay. No, the thing is,
And
why
now
I
Rook
wanted to queen
C6 check, no? And
is
Rook.
because this takes
No,
control,
Rook.
yeah?
We are just having fun. H1 queen H8.
Okay.
Yeah, H1 queen. I saw that. That's why I wanted to queen H1. First.
No, but we can play Queen H1. Queen A1 check after that A8. Queen A1 check and H1 queen. But anyway, Queen into H1. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought we have some checks, but it doesn't work.
Maybe we should
there
go
is a
to live
potential
board,
in
yeah?
that position also, but yeah. Rook
Yeah.
C6 check, King G5, and Bar doesn't really like this for white at all. But
So
Bar is
A7,
sadist.
yeah?
yeah, A7
Oh,
feels
A7?
right.
No,
You just
A7
want to
Rook
gain the
E8.
king.
No, A7 Rook E8. I think B4 is right. Because here, Rook is not in time. B4 is right. So he went for the same idea, like what we were discussing, but he gave a check first on C6. That's the only difference. And this one extra
okay.
tempo.
I see the point. Okay. So now G3?
G3 now A7. That's my point.
Rook E8?
Now B5. G2, now come back.
Yeah, same,
Yeah,
but with the king
exactly.
on G5.
Exactly. No, H3 maybe you can even go Rook G1. I don't know if it makes sense.
Rook A8.
Okay, let's not go Rook G1. Let's not go Rook G1.
Sorry.
What a beautiful endgame, yeah? Like chess is so tough and rich at the same time.
Yes, it's tough when you play and it's rich when you watch. So you understand my choice.
He's played Rook C3.
No,
Yeah, this thing
Black
is
played
not
rook
clear,
e1
no? I mean, you
because his
you're
idea
not.
was to give check from behind, and this is a
Right.
very common idea to block it. Just explaining it for the chat. That's the idea of rook c3 to cover the king.
Yeah,
Then you want to play e7, and I think white is just winning because his pawn is one square further advanced. That's the only reason why he's winning, but
yeah.
good
As the
enough reason.
popular chess thing goes, chess is tragedy by one tempo.
Chess is a tragedy of a tempo. I think that's the thing.
Ah, okay.
More poetic.
You guys, what's happening in the game of Anish Giri and Artemiev?
Oh, Anish seems to be in the back foot again.
Ooh,
It's just not been Anish's match.
knight
Knight
f5 now.
f5.
Yeah, yeah. This doesn't look very inspiring. Now you have to take and go rook g1, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when Anish couldn't convert that, I mean, when he kind of botched up the previous game, okay, it was not a big advantage. But
I didn't
on
think
the
he
other
botched
hand,
up. I don't think he botched up that game. I think it was a decent game. Artemiev just didn't give him a single chance, I feel,
no, but
in
Queen
the
D4
match.
was a big inaccuracy, yeah? The move suggested by the mob.
But still, but still, I felt like it was not so dangerous. Like I don't think for rapid, it's even called a chance. That big was
From just the position, yes, but also considering the huge time advantage. Also, it was probably going to be the biggest chance he was going to get in this match, yeah, because he has just not been getting that big of a chance. It's yeah. So either way, it's.
Oh, by the way,
It's
we
going to
haven't
be
seen Arjun's game for in a long time, right? Arjun and maybe Magnus game. It's about to finish, and then we'll
Yeah,
move to
let's
Arjun game.
yeah, that makes
yeah,
sense.
exactly. Let's watch this game because it's completely like even though we saw the variation twice, it's still so beautiful. It would be nice to actually see how this game ends
This
and to
reminds me
see
of
if
my
we
game
miss something.
with Anish. If you remember, it was very similar with both sides queening.
Right. The knight, F1 knight.
That game you're never
It's
going to
very
forget.
nice.
Wait, what's happening here? Rook
How
e4
did the king
check.
come to f4?
Give a check.
Ah, he gave a check here. Okay, nice. King f4, luring the king to f4 so that the b pawn queens with a check here.
So queen has happened. B8 queen. Oh my god, how many queens we'll see on the board now?
This is
So king
very
f3 will
beautiful.
be played.
So
I
rook
think we
F5,
can.
na? King F3 means. King F3 means rook F5,
Yeah,
King
rook
E3,
f5.
Queen B6.
King e2.
King E3 was played.
Here
So rook
indirectly played king
C3.
e3.
Rook C3,
Ah,
no? Rook
getting into this
C3.
line.
It's
Yeah, I think
lost,
Right.
it's
no?
reasonable.
Yeah,
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 he's
yeah.
resigned.
Right.
Yeah,
Resign.
yeah, yeah.
Wow. Wesley fighting to live another day. Wow. Amazing.
Wonderful,
So Wesley needs to
especially.
strike with black now, yeah, in the last game.
Right. He needs to win with black. Very tough. But like stretching the match, yeah. That's what very class performance by Wesley, I would say. Despite being down in the match to defeat Magnus like this, keeping the hopes alive, clearly shows why he's one of the best players in the world right now. Really a
Yeah,
lot of credit to him.
and also this game shows that these lines from Chessable, they really work, yeah. They do give you points. So my course is coming on sale in a few hours, but it's not related to that. I'm just talking about this game.
By the way, let's go to Arjun's game now that we have covered Wesley and Magnus's third round and seen that beautiful finish. Justice for Arjun and Levon.
We do have the game on the screen,
Bishop
and h3
f6.
has been played, which bishop where?
F6, F6. I think that's what will be played.
It doesn't really seem like white has made much progress since, yeah. Here black has got the c5 breaks since we last left. We last left at this point, and after queen a4, h4, h3 takes. White has got the h3 break. Black has got the c5 break, and after rook g1, bishop f6 has been played. The most natural move. Very balanced position, but I just like it for black a little bit more. What do you guys think?
Soumya, you can speak. You don't need to be so upset. It's okay.
No, I was just catching a break. No, I actually like it for white, It's like me and Shri have like such opposite views. Like I think knight into e5, knight into e6 here would be my choice next. And I'll go knight f4. I like queen a3 very much actually. I was
Queen
also
b6
looking
now.
at this idea. And queen a3, queen b6, I think knight into e6 and put the knight on f4, like even
D4
rook
is hanging, no?
g6.
D4 is hanging, no?
D4 is hanging, so concrete problems. Okay, maybe we can play rook g6 after knight e6.
But also
But
take
still D4 is hanging. I like look at the bishop on e6. Sagar would ask, talk to your pieces. I think the bishop on e6 is unhappy. Why would you take it? It's like just a big pawn, no?
But
Right
then
now.
what are our knights doing? Like the knight has to come back to c3 otherwise. Because otherwise the knight on e2 is absolutely useless. Like what is it doing? You have to, yeah, so he
Knight
plays
no,
c3.
but
knight
the thing is, you
c3.
don't have to always do something, Soumya.
Yeah, knight c3 was played actually. It looks better.
Now it gets concrete, yeah. d5 is attacked, and
Yeah, it's messy, the position right now.
Did he take on d4? No, he hasn't.
Actually, why is it equal? How do you defend the d5 pawn?
I think you can take on d4, no?
Knight cd5,
Takes.
knight d5, and queen
Queen
e6.
has to go to e6.
Oof, this looks shaky, doesn't it? Like you play e4 or something. Okay, probably this is the only way, but not an easy way. Wow, Arjun putting pressure on Levon now.
Hey, isn't knight a4 possible after cd4, knight a4 and queen d6? Or that's not so
Good point. Good point. Queen a5, I think I would play.
Queen a5, I'll take on e6 first. Pawn
Someone
into...
wants to take the bishop on e6 in the first chance. I'll take on e6 first, then I'll take.
Because I have queen d6. I have queen d6 in the end. No. So...
First I'll take. But yeah, now
then I'll
this
think.
It actually makes sense now. Knight d7 is hanging. That
Yeah,
bishop
unless-
was doing something. You see.
And
Exactly.
rook c7, what do you do now, chat? White to play. What do you do now? I think this is a good question to ask chat, no?
Chat, right?
Because the easier
But-
ones they solve really easily.
But there is a counter move here after your move. Have you seen that?
No,
I'll
I
ask the
didn't.
panel what happens after the move which Srinath has
Now
asked
I do.
happens.
Now I do. Now I do.
Yeah, I've seen that
Yeah,
move.
I want them to train in paying attention to opponent's resources. Why did I? Look at what happened to the game.
Blundered! Arun, you blundered!
Oh, wow.
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 Nice. Okay, now Arjun cannot watch this up. Like he has too many winning chances now.
That is the
Maybe
problem, no, with it.
Yeah, I know, but now Arjun is in good shape. I think he'll play knight f5 here. Oh
Yeah,
my
it's the
god,
only
Levon
move.
on real trouble, yeah. Real trouble.
I'm surprised that he missed queen into a7.
Yeah.
Did you show the chat what happened there?
Yeah, I did, but maybe I did it too fast. So
Yeah.
I
Too
have to
fast,
do it
yeah.
slowly. So knight c3, attacking this, and here we were discussing c into d4. So instead, black played queen d6. Normal move, defending the pawn. It would have been fine if not for this move, queen into a7 check. And after king into a7, knight b5 check. In the end, white has just won a pawn because he took this pawn on a7. So the queens get traded. Both the queens are off. Black took white's queen and white took black's queen back. But the a7 pawn was lost. Rook c6 attacking the knight, and seems like knight has only one reasonable square to go to, yeah, f5.
No, there is always Soumya's move, Srinath. Never underestimate
Knight d4
Soumya's
first.
move. Knight d6 first and then knight f7.
But
Knight
on f7, it feels like it's just going
Yes.
to the corner.
That's right. But it's not the only move, is my point. You should consider Soumya's move always.
Indeed, indeed. Do you ever speak a sentence without bullying someone with it?
Oh, oh no. I got too excited of thinking, okay, bishop
Then knight
d5.
f5 on the board.
Is there e4 next white's move?
Sorry, what?
Oh,
e4?
E4,
wow.
yeah.
It's a possibility. How do
E4
you play
is
with black
strong.
here?
I think you can take black and v3 will take white and we'll analyze this push.
E4 is a wonderful idea. Wow.
I think
E-
c4, maybe Levon will play and then go king c7.
Srinath, maybe we should show to the chat the idea of e4, that after e4, bishop f5, the idea is to take on d5, right?
Yeah,
Katie?
so
Yeah.
random
Yeah,
moves
because
and
maybe the chat would like to see a little bit more of this variation.
And I guess e4,
So
you cannot take d into e4. Oh, I make these good moves naturally. Yeah, rook a8.
Now we have to take the
yeah,
bishop
of
on
course. Now e4.
I mean, I wanted to make this random move to illustrate, but I just make.
The random moves are non-committal moves. You cannot make committal moves as random moves.
So now bishop e4, right, Katie?
Yeah.
And this is very good for white.
And bishop into f5, there's knight into d5.
Knight f5.
So e4 was really strong. So what? Anish lost? What?
No,
No,
he
he
drew.
drew.
I
No,
think.
no.
He drew, but he lost the match.
Yes,
Wow, Anish
he
knocked
drew the
out.
game but lost the match.
The match is over. Oh, right.
I think Anish will join Sagar stream soon. I think. Oh, king a5. This feels wrong. No, knight g7. You go for the e6 bishop from g7, Soumya. That's how you take it. Are you happy, Soumya? Appetizing, no?
Finally, the bishop. No, it's like I just don't want black. No, but now I'm very happy. See, the earlier my knights were obstructing each other. The knight on e2 was not able to come into the game because of the knight on f4. But now look at the knight's path. It was on c3. It went back to e2. Then it came back to c3. Then b5. Then d6. Then f5. And it's so beautiful now.
Why is it?
The knight's path. It looks like a little house here from this direction.
Oh, yeah. House
Best design award.
I mean, if there was a best design award for the commentary, I think I would. I certainly
you deserve it for that March ka commentary. There was one Anish's game we were following, and Srinath wrote on the board saying it's going to be a draw. He wrote with arrows. That
Draw? Really? You did that?
Yes.
Yeah. The initial commentaries, it used to be with AD, and the maximum time I could discuss chess in a streak was like 30 seconds before it would be distracted with some nonsense. And so the only way I could communicate about chess was to draw arrows, and I had to literally do everything on the board, like writing stuff and everything. And then I found Soumya and we commented it happily.
You know how spirits communicate by writing like that? He's communicating with the chat through arrows when he has a mic. Oh God.
Soumya, congratulations. The e6 bishop has been taken.
Yes. My dream.
Winner speech now.
I'm actually very glad. Like, I think Arjun's position is really good.
Yeah, he's going to win this, I feel. Rook
Yeah,
f8,
and c3, there is this nice move, bishop b3, yeah, which forces the exchange of this pawn.
Right, but okay, he'll not play c3.
Yeah, but people might be
A5,
wondering.
like, it's almost as if you may put the board on the side, yeah? King on a5, like, usually the king is on e8. Now it's
wow, Arjun can go to semi-finals. This is a big deal.
I know. He may have to cancel his ticket for Serbia.
Exactly. Like I heard, like Sagar said that he has plans to go to Serbia or something.
Bishop d1.
Bishop d1 and the bar is not happy. Bishop into
d4.
He missed bishop into d4.
Oh my God.
Oh.
How he missed bishop d4? That was the only trick there. Oh,
and he saw it. He's covering his mouth with his hand.
Not to scream.
But Levon will play bishop d4, no? He has to. There's no other
He
move
will,
there.
he will, he will. He's approaching it like
Oh,
a prey, like a hunter drinking his water, hand on his, yeah, the flex,
Oh,
the
he
neck
gets his
flex.
position. Oh.
Rook c2 now, yeah. This is actually worse for white suddenly.
oh my God, bishop d4. That was the trick of rook f8. Like, maybe he played too quickly this move, bishop d1. What happened there? Why he played bishop d1?
He
How
wants
much
to
time
play
did
Yeah,
it
he
take,
bishop
just played it
Srinath?
in
d4,
4 seconds. He wanted to
The
play bishop
idea, the
d4.
idea was before this bishop d1, knight takes on e6, rook takes on e6, and bishop f5. The rook and the knight is hanging, and also f6 bishop is hanging. So when he played rook f8, I also thought that he just defend this idea, and he wanted to with the bishop d1 to play bishop g4 and keep this stick with this e6 pawn, and that's how he missed this bishop d4 idea. Like he did not really focus on Aronian's plans here.
Yeah, makes
Yeah,
sense.
true. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I thought rook f8 was just for a defensive move. That's all.
Yeah, and
True.
actually
Oh
now he's
no.
threatening knight e5 as well. So he's played
Yeah, so
knight
he played knight
h5.
h5. So he's kind of recovered, but now
But
he's the one fighting to make a
looking
draw.
at Arjun's body language, Srinath, I feel that he's very upset. What do you think?
Yeah, he's very, very upset. He's very, very upset.
Yeah, you can
He's
sense
very,
it,
very
yeah?
upset.
Looking at his face, I feel right now, his expression.
But he did play rook c2 and knight h5, so he's at least still defending. He's not yet lost it completely.
Right. Maybe bishop h8 now? Yeah, he
Yeah,
played it.
bishop h8.
And
Bishop
bishop
g4,
g4
there's knight
doesn't work.
c5.
Yeah. Knight
There's knight
c5,
c5.
nice.
These top players are like vultures. When they get a chance, they immediately pounce on it. Yeah, no mercy. Like, oh, I was like worse, and maybe I don't deserve to win this. There's nothing like that. It's like, oh, I get a chance, I'm gonna take it. No
Yeah,
justice,
true, true.
ethics. Not ethics, but no justice in chess. I feel like, oh, I didn't deserve to win this. Previously, I used to think like that. Oh no, maybe I was worse. I should just make a draw. But in chess, it's a sport. Yeah, you get a chance, you have to take it.
True. Bishop g4 is even knight e5 strong, or you go knight c5 only? Because
Rook
knight e5 I was
e6, knight.
thinking, yeah, something like
Yeah,
this.
but you have f4 in the end. Maybe hg, but rook e8. Yeah.
Yeah, this can be
Wow,
over
very
on the spot.
exciting game. Bishop g4 played. Do you think Levon will play knight e5, or will he go knight c5?
No, if he's thinking, there's a good chance he will calculate this knight e5. Yeah, it's so tempting. He just has to see this rook e8 at the end, not stop at f4.
No, I think he will not stop. But the thing is, you have to be very careful when going for such things. I feel Levon
Yeah,
play
knight
knight
c5 is
c5.
natural.
Knight
But
c5,
knight
knight
f4 is
f4.
what I was worried about.
Yeah. Now, how do you defend the pawn on e6? Actually,
Rook f6, rook
rook
g8,
f6, rook g8. Yeah.
rook h6.
No, this doesn't feel right. Like there is rook 8 check all the time and stuff like this.
Yeah, true. You don't want all of this. But
You
yeah,
don't
bishop
like knight
f6 then.
a4 here after knight f4? You don't like knight a4?
Knight a4, huh? Interesting.
Maybe rook e6 anyway, huh?
So
And
I'm always
Right.
going for the counter attack, yeah?
So rook
So we're always going
b5.
for the attack. Doesn't matter what position it is. No mercy.
So rook b5. What about rook b5? I don't exchange. So rook
But this feels
b5.
wrong, no, Soumya? Like you give too many pawns here.
Which other pawn is hanging?
No, you gave e6, which is like the
Huh.
fourth, yeah, which holds. Like this feels wrong.
But if I can get the b2 pawn, your king is totally exposed with my rook on b5. So if
Yeah, but
you
knight
don't have a
g6, for
defense,
example, is there always. It's a lot of calculation.
Yeah, and he has to do
b2,
it all by
knight
himself
f8.
in the head.
And to take on b2 and knight
Yeah.
c3.
No, bishop b2.
Bishop b2, knight c3.
Rook
If-
into c3.
You are down a piece, no? Yeah.
And if Levon goes knight a4, Soumya, I'll do anything you
I
say.
know.
Really? Okay, fine.
Yes.
I
Now
have
she
to
has
think
found
of
her
something.
chance.
No, I think he could because he's very creative and he must he might, if he finds something after knight a4, rook e6, then he could go for it. But if
I'm
he
not
knight
sure
doesn't,
if
a4,
Aronian
knight
was more
e6
excited
also.
after. Sorry?
No,
sorry,
no, go
what?
ahead.
No, I'm not sure if Aronian was more excited with his chance or Soumya with her chance.
Oh, rook f6. Okay,
So,
fine.
Soumya, now you have to do what I say.
Hey, no, it was not
This
a
was
mutual.
what?
It was not a mutual bet. I just chat. This
What?
stream is
So what
live.
do I win? What
You
do
have
I
heard.
win? What
No,
do I
that
win
was,
then?
you never asked for something in return. It was unconditional.
Typical VD.
But this rook f6, rook h6 feels very wrong, like what Levon did. I don't like it at all.
Yeah,
It
this was not the
feels
time to follow my
fishy.
prescription.
Whenever Srinath
What
says
is
prescription,
prescription?
someone or the other blunders.
What is this prescription?
Rook c8, rook c6, rook a8 check.
Bishop e6.
But why start with rook c8 then? If you wanted to give the check, why not start with? But it doesn't make much
What's
of a difference.
happening
Yeah.
here?
Anyway, rook
What's
a8 check,
happening?
rook a6.
King b6. What is happening here? Very tough position to play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a move like b4 or something or a4? I don't know what. Will he play b4? B4
Takes.
feels also wrong. AB. I don't know.
Yes.
So he played b4. Nice.
E6 is hanging. So you
Yeah,
take
yeah.
this and then e6 is hanging.
Knight b3, rook c6, and you can't even take with the pawn because rook b8 check and you win the knight. So you have to take with the
You
king
take
and
with
now
the
bishop
king, these
e6.
pawns are
Bishop
disconnected.
e6. And now Soumya's deep idea of e6 creating the weakness. We realize it. So b4, I think it's a nice move. But I don't think black should
I
take
also
on
like
b3.
direct bishop e6 instead of. I mean, white has so many options after this knight b3. Even direct bishop e6 is good, no?
So Arjun has made a kind of a semi comeback, yeah? Maybe knight
Direct bishop
d3.
e6 here.
Yeah.
You want some knight into d5 mate or what?
Yeah.
Oh, head shade is hanging. I'm sorry.
Oh, by the way, I think Arjun, Levon will play knight d3. I think that's what he has to do, yeah?
But Levon is down to
Knight
like what,
d3.
40, 38 seconds.
Wow, this is very exciting. Let's stick with this game. Knight d3 now? Levon is feeling
Knight
stressed.
d3. He's
No, he
he's played
took-
CB.
Pawn,
He's played CB.
pawn would be taken, no, with it? Like, okay.
He's
Takes,
played
takes bishop
CB
e5.
and bishop e5.
D4.
Wait, what
now?
happens before? Knight e4.
This is lost, yeah? But you take
What
this
lost?
in return. Takes.
Pawn takes. Pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes.
Pawn takes knight into e6.
Wait, what?
Just
No
take this
threat.
and
Yeah. You're finding the only way for white to lose, Srinath.
thank you. In an
After
otherwise
90.
unlosable position, yeah?
You
Exactly.
have this position now on the board, 94.
Wait, now bishop e6. Brilliant move. My idea was
Oh, Soumya's idea. Soumya's
Yeah,
ideas
rook
are working
e6.
brilliantly.
rook e6, knight d5, king b5, rook a5, checkmate.
This is very beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Just for you,
Nice.
Soumya, this one, this checkmate.
Would be super happy if it happens. But he's played bishop d6.
He
Hey,
played
Knight
did-
d3. He played knight d3.
Hey, why didn't he play bishop e6? Because
I
of
think
bishop
the
Knight
f4
c3
or
check
what?
or...
Bishop f4 maybe.
Knight f4. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
Bishop
bishop f4. Yeah, bishop f4 was the problem, right?
But we still have bishop d5 here. But then you have knight c3 check. Maybe this is the issue.
Yeah.
Right? Array. Bishop d6.
Rook e8 now. Knight d3 is a very, I think, understandable move. It defends
Yeah,
everything.
keeping safe. Well, what's the clock situation? 40
Arjun
seconds,
has
yeah?
2 minutes, Levon has less than a minute. And f4 on the board.
You know what I like about Arjun's gameplay is like he doesn't lose complete control of the position many times, yeah? Like it got so
Yeah.
messy, he just has it under control now. I think now Levon, it's harder for him to play because he played this weird move, rook f6, rook h6. Now his pieces are totally passive.
Yeah, but if we can get some hit on g4, not with the rook probably, but with the knight, something like knight f2. But the knight on d3 ensures that this doesn't happen. Uh,
Knight
Knight
c3,
c3
king
check,
b2.
just king b2.
Yeah,
Knight
yeah, go
e4, he has to
go.
go back. It's just, I think, panic move. He had 8 seconds left,
No, no, he
and so he
might
jumped.
play d4. Yeah, I thought so. That's his idea. Ed, knight d5. I think that's what he wants. But this feels suspicious. Like, rook c5 or something. I don't know.
Wow.
Wow, maybe Arjun can win this. I have a
I think,
feeling
yeah.
Okay,
that
the last
Arjun
time we
is.
said that, he immediately played bishop d1, so let's not do that again.
He'll play
And
Even
I think
bishop
bishop
people
f3
can
now.
flip this
c6.
moment.
Even bishop
Sorry.
f3, sorry, right now is possible, no? Bishop
Exactly,
f3.
bishop f3. Yeah, I think that's what he's calculating.
I think people can flip that moment with the title commentator's jinx, because, we were actually dreaming of stuff. And then next moment it was bishop d1, which is what used to happen when I was playing also, Sometimes I used to, start dreaming about what I would do after I win. And next moment there would be a blunder in a winning position.
Do you think he'll take on d4 or play bishop f3? Both look tempting. Both ask some tough
It's
questions.
kind
I
of
think
similar, yeah.
Arjun
Bishop
will
f.
take on d4. Arjun, oh, he plays.
He
Okay, I
plays
don't know him
bishop.
at all.
Knight d5,
Bishop
bishop
f3, knight
d5,
d5.
bishop d5.
No, if it
Rook
was
c2.
not for the evaluation bar, I would think this is just rook
Yeah, but
g6,
rook
rook
g6,
g3, I'm coming over.
yeah, and no,
Rook
but rook
h8.
h8, and now rook
Yeah, I
g2.
mean, if it was
Rook g2, king c3,
Rook
bishop
g3.
e.
This is what he wants. Rook g3,
No, rook
this
probably.
is
g3, rook
all forced
h4.
though.
Bishop b4, this endgame.
Oh, bishop b4. But wow, is that draw? I think we might see it. Oh, he played ed. What? What is this move? Now rook c2 and knight b4, opposite color bishop.
No, then
Wait,
rook b8 is there.
Arjun. No, rook
Rook b8,
h7.
rook h7.
Oh, maybe
Ah,
Arjun missed a
Rook
chance.
e8.
Yeah,
Rook
rook e8, rook
h6 or rook
e7 or
e7.
something. Like
Ah,
No,
it
rook
feels
e7, rook
like.
h8,
But anyways, I think this
h6.
feels like a missed
bishop
opportunity.
g4.
Ooh.
I think he just plays more like safe way,
Yeah,
because
he
it's
looks for
not
the
it's not
safest
hard
options.
to see the capture on d5, right? He just wants to make sure that he's not having any losses
He
in
cannot
this
lose,
game.
yeah. He goes into
Yeah.
unlosable positions. He tries to.
Oof, what a exciting game this was. Really. Levon is finding it so tough, this match against Arjun. So full credits to Arjun for playing so good. Uh, I think nobody, when it started, expected it to be this close. So very, very nice play by
Yeah.
Arjun. He's showing a
I'm not
class
sure if
act.
even Arjun expected it to be this close.
Right. His rating doesn't reflect his strength. Like 2578 or 56, 2567 or whatever it is. He's clearly much stronger than his rating.
Yeah.
What would you estimate if you had to give an approximate number, just so that people can understand it better?
I think 2650 would be at least,
wow.
I would
Wow,
say.
really?
Yeah.
I mean, wow, that's very nice.
But he also
What-
But
gets
this is
these
going towards a
points, right?
draw.
He's junior still.
Sorry, Katie.
He gets double points, right? Because he's still junior.
No. Until 2300, you get double. But once you
23 or
cross
20?
2300
Uh-huh.
rating, and after that, it's normal as everyone else.
Srinath, phone call incoming.
No, I was just checking the messages. But
So,
yeah,
Vijay,
so we
what
have
would
we
you
have
say is? Sorry, yes, Srinath. Please tell me.
no we have a draw in the third game of Arjun Aronian, so it goes into the fourth game. Both of them tied at 1.5, one half set each. But there's still one live game going on between Ding Lijian and Duda, which is also tied in their first set and tied at 1-1. Let's see how this one goes.
Soumya, you were asking something. What was it?
Yeah, I wanted to know your impression of Arjun's game. Like you mentioned, one of his strengths is he doesn't make big mistakes. keeps control. But like, what is your overall impression of his game? Like how game style and everything?
I haven't seen him play classical chess, so I cannot really comment on that. But from what I saw in Rapids, he seems like a very strong player, and he's one of the players who wouldn't lose much. Maybe against a player, let's say like now Levon, yeah, he's taking too many risks. But let's say if a player who is not taking many risks, most likely it would be like a draw, like like how Wesley is very solid and he would win few games. So Arjun is very similar to that. Like he wouldn't take too many risks as a player, and if he gets a chance, he'll try to convert it, like win 2 3 games, draw rest of them, something like this. That's the style I feel he has. Srinath, do you agree?
Yeah, I think that kind of sums it up to a good extent.
But guys, how it comes that there's so many chess players and grandmasters and all the titled players and not only titled players in India, and still most of the players have lower rating there than strengths.
Oh, because they keep playing amongst each other, no? That is like if you like all of them are underrated and they play against each other, so the rating doesn't go up as much. That's the main problem.
There was a statistical analysis of which countries gain the most rating and lose the most rating in the World Youth Chess Championships. And there was a clear pattern that
Oh, wait, don't tell the answer. You can ask the chat this very interesting trivia.
Oh yeah, we can ask the chat this. Which countries, the players from which countries were, gaining rating constantly in the World Youth Championships, and players from which countries were typically losing rating from the World Youth Championships.
Can I be chat for a moment?
Well, sure. To be honest,
we're like Indians for sure, because that for them that's like they are coming and they are winning. That's always like this. There used to be like this.
Yes.
But who's losing the most? I think like for me it was easier to play against European youth
players.
Yeah. And also it's easier for me to gain some rating in Europe.
Right. I also agree. But which country might be losing the most rating?
Yeah,
Russia?
Why would Russia? No, Russians are so strong, no? I mean, I would bet on Russia.
I thought they will have a higher rating, so I thought maybe they'll lose rating. I don't know. Which country?
Not a lot of insights from the chat. So
Germany?
I thought maybe Spain, Germany, because Germany there is Bundesliga.
Germany.
And Spain, there are so many these international tournaments, right? So everyone all over the world goes to Spain and like plays a lot there. So maybe the Spanish players, that's why lose out on a lot of rating.
No, he's talking about World Youth.
Only World Youth.
Yeah, only World Youth. Like
World Youth.
Indians win a lot of rating.
2012 to 2019.
So Indians definitely, I think, are the ones who win a lot of rating, right? I mean, that's no mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
true.
But who loses the rating the most?
Although not just the Indians, not just the Indians.
Chinese and Indians, yeah.
Okay, Chinese already have high rating. Like they have 2,500 and you don't even know who they are. How they are getting this rating. I remember when I was playing under 14, there were Chinese players and their rating was extremely high and never even heard about them from the tournaments.
I remember, Ding Lijian was just one of the players like this. He came to some Asian championship. He was 15 or something, and he had the rating of 2470 or something. He was an IM, but he was playing so strong in that tournament. We had never heard of him, and that tournament he came in top 3 or something. And then since then, just skyrocketed. Him and Yu Yang, they both played that Asian in Philippines 2009. That was the first time I saw them. And they're just very, very strong since then. So Chinese, they have a very high rating when they come, 2400 or something. But then they just skyrocket.
Yeah, Yu Yangi also, the last time I saw him before he re-emerged was when he played against me in the 2004 Under 10 World Youth. He made a draw in the tournament and he won that World Under 10. I finished 6th. And then I don't quite remember how the conversation went. He was speaking in a language I didn't understand with his coach, but I think it must have went along the lines of, you have made the ultimate accomplishment. You have drawn against Srinath. So now you can take rest from these World Youth events. Let's get stronger. And then the next time I saw him, he was already 2400 and playing in the Asian Continental.
And what about you? How was your rating? How was your progress?
I think I was around a similar rating until 2400, but from 2400 onwards, others really took off.
Like Srinath was 2412, I think exactly. And when he was 12 years old, right, Srinath? You're 2400 when you're 12 years old.
No, I was 14. 13 to
wow.
14.
No. You're not 14, definitely.
It was under 14, Wungta, 2008. That's when...
Yeah, you were the top seed.
Yeah.
You remember our Catalan game, Srinath, there?
I do. The player lost, but the opening one.
There was an... Yeah, tell me more.
Oh, by the way,
There was
Dinglish
an-
is winning.
There was a nice checkmate, by the way, after rook c4. Now there is a checkmate, king e5, rook e4.
Oh,
It's very nice.
modern.
But how do you even bring it up? I mean, how do I lose a move with white?
If it is white, black
Yeah.
to play.
Oh, Dinglish is winning this now. Epic comeback, yeah? He's winning the match.
Yeah, he
Like,
did
it was
take
a
king to
draw
h5,
for a while. It was not easy, but he allowed these pawns to just roll forward. Wow.
But that was tough, yeah, with less time to
Right,
complete.
very
It was
tough.
going to be very tough.
Hmm.
Rook e5, king f8, rook e6 or what? No, rook e6,
Yeah,
you
rook
have to be
e6.
careful. Knight g4 check? I thought
Knight
king
g4,
h1
king-
is rook c7.
King G5?
And
King
king
h8
h8
or what?
King h8 also, yeah. Oh, he played knight g8. Now you just take on h5, yeah?
Yeah, now just take on h5. Which you could actually,
No,
yeah,
no.
after knight
Did
g4
not take
also.
on h5, rook c2.
f6.
No, rook king h5, king g7 first. King g5 and then rook c2 was my point, sorry. Now rook g2 check is coming. Oh, f6, knight f6. Can you show this? Very beautiful. Knight
Yeah,
f6.
yeah,
Rook
yeah.
f6 is rook g2. And you lose the rook. But you give rook e7 check. And now
King
king
f8?
f8. Now you don't play king f6.
Why
You
not?
play rook f7, no?
Also,
But why not
But
to
I guess
take
king
it?
King
f6
f6.
also worse.
I thought, king f6 also. Rook f2, king
Because
e6,
rook f2, king
e2.
e6, there's no rook e2.
Yeah, rook a2. But yeah, this should be winning. But Ding Legion went with the king. He went ahead, king h7.
Yeah, he's not greedy VD, of course. He doesn't take these corner pawns. He goes for the
Now
strong
f7 is the
attack.
threat, yeah?
Is he really nervous or it's just...
Rook e8 check now. GG.
No.
What?
Oh, rook e8 check was beautiful. Very surprised he didn't do it. Oh, resigned. Dura resigned, I think.
Oh,
No, the clock is still running, but I guess he's given up.
there
Let
was
him give
like,
up to it.
honestly, it was the first time when I see Dingley and this nervous. Like, he was extremely nervous. I was looking at the camera closely.
Wow, Ding
Yeah.
Legion wins, yeah. Epic matches. I think today they are playing what to say, a higher quality chess than yesterday.
Oh, their match yesterday was also very good, no? Even though it was a draw, like all the 4 games were a draw, Duda versus Ding. All the 4 games were so fighting and many nice ideas.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, overall, in general, like all the matches today, the quality was higher. That's what I felt.
So, guys, do we have the answer for that question? Which
Oh,
country
yes.
was losing the
Oh,
most
yes.
rating?
So, in terms of country, on a 7-year average, so do you want to hear who lost the most or who won the most?
Both.
Who won the most, we know, yeah? India won the most. No?
No. India is not even close to the most. But yeah, India did have a big gain. The highest loser was Croatia, minus 38.
Croatia?
And yeah, it's Croatia. And the highest winner was Vietnam, plus 46.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah. Vietnamese players are also severely underrated, especially their women players at least. Like their whole team, it's really strong. But they all are like 2300 and only family, she is 2400. Everyone else is
Whose
2300 or
family?
22. Family is 2400.
Family man.
Whose family?
Sorry.
So she's their strongest player basically, and she's
In the
like
family.
in the
Or
country.
Vietnam. In the
In the
country.
country. In the family, not really, because her husband is this Nok Trongson, and
Can you
he's
spell the first two
2600. So
names?
she's not the
His
strongest
first two
player
names.
in her family.
Her husband is not Trongson.
Not strong?
No, no. I don't. I'm so glad they don't watch our streams. Just so grateful for this moment. Oh my god.
This is like rush hour.
I don't think it runs in their family, so that's why. Oh.
So anyway, so all these Vietnamese female players, they're really underrated, and we always like, even though we out.
Soumya is so cautious with her words now, she's thinking again and again before
What do
they
you
lawyer.
call it there? What do you call
She has
it?
turned her lawyer brain.
Yeah, like if we play them in almost every Asian team and every world team, every Olympiad and all these Asian individuals, and no matter what is their rating, they can never be underestimated. So I can totally imagine Vietnam being the highest gainers in World Youth. But Croatia is
India's
a
score
real
is plus
surprise.
22. So
Croatia
India's
is a real
score is plus
surprise.
22. And I think Katie will be curious to know Georgia's score, yeah? Or Poland.
No,
Why Poland?
I'm not curious.
Wait, why Poland?
He lives in Poland right now.
Oh, you live in Poland?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know this. Oh.
Recently, she was crushing dude on a bullet game OTV.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was close, very close.
Oh, nice. Where is this
Wonderful.
ambulance, by the way?
Oh, you heard it? Oh, that's from me, from Poland. Ambulance from Poland. Yeah, it's not
I hope
going to
it's-
do that. No worries, no worries. It lives a little bit far.
Which city in Poland?
It is the place I live is Katowice. This is very close to Krakow.
Okay.
This time you got it right, huh, Katie?
What?
This time you got the place you live right.
Yeah. Last time when they asked me where I live, I told different city, which I want to live, but I don't live.
In your
Does that
area
city
code.
have earrings?
City?
Does that city have earrings?
Earrings. I don't know. I don't know if it doesn't have, it will be provided from India. Shipped it.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So, do you speak Polish? No. A little bit.
A very little bit because during this pandemic time I don't have much contact there, like no classes, only online classes, and yeah, if I don't practice then I really forget everything. So I hope now from this summer I will learn a little bit more than I know right now.
By the way, the games have begun, yeah?
Yeah, the
Arjun's
games have
game.
begun. And we have it on the screen. It's the botanic variation of the Four Nights English.
Srinath, what is your prep here?
We used to play this quite a lot ourselves. Yeah.
We used to play.
Yeah.
I used to play with white, you used to play with black.
But I think these endgames, it's a bit more comfortable for white. Yeah, slightly more comfortable.
I think they go b3, bishop b2, knight e2, knight c1, knight d3. I think the d3 square is the ideal for the knight. I think, let's see if it comes right. And white usually goes h4 at some point. Very typical moves, b3, h4, bishop b2, knight e2.
Sorry,
Yeah.
you're saying it so fast that I'm not able to keep up with the arrows.
Right. So b3, bishop b2, h4, and then bringing the knight to d3.
Got it. Nice little triangle here.
Why is there suddenly so much silence?
I've never seen this position before. I have no
Because
idea
d3
how
was
to
played
play.
and it's not a move I would like to comment on. Although I have made my peace, but hold habits still die hard. So
But you guys, where the
fine with
bishop
that.
goes now from f8, like after king
It has
e7?
to go to g6, but after g6 there is always knight e4, so I'm not sure. But I guess Arjun knows what he's doing. I guess.
Maybe he
I
wants
hope.
first to play rook g8 and then g5.
Yeah, I think he has to play g6, bishop g7. He has to be careful, yeah.
Yeah, I have to be careful because g6 there is always knight e4. But on the other hand, if you don't play g6, then how do you get the bishop out?
Oh yeah, but why we're so dramatic? Like after g6, bishop g7, f6 knight is not hanging for the moment.
Oh yeah, right. I just completely I'm the culprit. I started out the chain of thought. So yeah, random move. g6. h4 is not such a random move, by the way. It's a good move.
You don't know how to make random moves. I realized this today.
I don't know how to make bad moves.
By the way,
Like you
did
thought h4 here, that was your first move, and then play h3, like always just same piece, but in a worse position.
Yeah,
That's how I
do. Yeah. So
Vidit, just wanted to say that we like in case you're tired, like we understand, but if you stay longer, of course, we'll be very happy. And also, it's on your own stream, so it's totally up to you.
No, I just got curious of the opening. I was planning to leave by 7:30, so I will leave now, and I'll leave you guys to do the commentary. And I think with 3 people it will be easier because I'll not overspeak on.
No, this was so much fun. Come on, we will like totally miss you, and it's always such a pleasure to have you join us.
True. Yesterday we were talking about this human algorithm for Stockfish, right? And I think you're perfect to play it. And you give insights right as a player from the Champion Chess Tour. I think you provide very special insights, like about people like Aronian, for example, how he plays fast, puts pressure right from the start. These are things only you can provide to us. Yeah. So we are really grateful for that.
Thanks, Soumya, Srinath.
Vinny's face is such a happy face. You guys, you have to show that face. You had to show his face. So proud and happy.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun with it.
Very proud, yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me. I'll see you tomorrow, same time.
So before you leave, just wanted to say that it was epic to see you win the tournament yesterday. I know we spoke about it already, but to show so much resilience and finally crack it, I know it must have taken a lot of resilience from your end. So congratulations on that as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I was like just 1 minute before the tonight, I was not even planning to play, but I was like, okay, let's just play it. And there was no stream, no pressure. So I felt like I was more focused and played more relaxed, like just like a random blitz tournament, nobody really cares kind of, and just happened to go really well. And yeah, I think it's chess player, like any tournament you win, you kind of feel good. So it was definitely that after winning that tournament. So that was nice. Okay, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. And so Katie, there's a question for all of us, but I would prefer that you take it first. Who would you guys prefer in the tie break between Arjun and Levon? It's a bit early to think about the tie break, but since we are not players, we are allowed to think far ahead. Prefer as in who do you think is the favorite? Not your personal favorite, but the favorite to win the match. I know you don't take sides.
No. I to be realistic, like they're just fighting. Like what I have seen is that Arjun is having some edge or slightly better position. Then Aronian gets like it's turning, like table is turning in these games all the time, and they are both very strong. And in the end, we have a draw. So I don't. I even expect here to see Armageddon, to be honest, because for the moment they did not really show what's their weaknesses.
Yeah, true. It has been so even so far. Yes, you might argue that Arjun has had three very good questions today, but as we discussed extensively yesterday, that is the nature of the rapid game. Just because you get a better position doesn't make you immune to making mistakes. In fact, that's even the case in classical chess as well. And we saw Aronian doing something very similar in the first game of the first set yesterday. Aronian, with so much experience, so much behind him, so many World Cups, so many candidates matches, and
Yeah.
all these things. He still made this mistake, a very elementary mistake from a totally winning position.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I personally believe that Lemon Aronian is one of the strongest chess players nowadays, and very classy chess player. I was commentating World Cup some years ago, and he was playing against Liren in the finals, and so I had to be there every day for like
English, and
6
I'm sorry,
hours.
Katie,
Yeah, I think. Sorry, I have to adjust this.
because we have to do it for Raja.
Yes, yes, and when I was like analyzing the his games more deeply, I was like, oh my god, he's so strong. He's so damn strong. Very classical chess player. So it's quite hard to find any weaknesses in his position. Maybe some time will be the issue in the tie breaks. Like who's the faster.
Yeah, if I had to add my 2 cents to it, although Arjun might seem to have better chances in the blitz because it's a shorter format, and you might think Arjun, but it's actually with 5+3, the two tie breaks will be played at the 5+3 time control with increment. Here, I think Aronian is still a slight but clear favorite because 5 minutes blitz, it's actually a lot of time, and 3 second increment ensures that you cannot uh, you cannot get flagged, you cannot lose on time usually. So I think Aronian is still a slight favorite because even in blitz he's incredibly strong. Arjun, again, with all his bullet online blitz exploits, it might seem like he's very formidable, but I mean, Aronian is an established part of elite for such a long time. So
Yeah.
I think Aronian is a slight favorite, but if it goes to the Armageddon, then I think without increment here, Arjun's chances is quite decent. But even then, the nervousness of his first match will be quite high. So overall, I think Aronian is a big favorite the longer the match goes. But let's see, Arjun has surprised us so much so far, even by getting into the top 8 and taking the match this far. So let's see how it turns out.
Yeah. That's
What are your
interesting.
thoughts, Soumya?
I was busy responding to the
Yeah. So
chat.
we were talking about. Oh yeah, sure.
No, please tell me. You were talking about Arjun and Aronian's chances in the Armageddon, right? If I
In
didn't.
the Blitz
In tie
tiebreak
breaks.
and Armageddon. Yeah.
I actually think Arjun has very good chances, and because actually Vidit also pointed this out, right? Like Arjun has so much experience of playing online. All these kids, they grew up on the computer. Like as soon as they were born, they were given a laptop and they started playing chess on it. So I think this so much practice definitely helps. And I have actually seen Gukesh play against Aronian OTB in Blitz after some, this Isle of Man tournament, 2018. Aronian was like, had a very bad end to the tournament and he was like so upset. So he was playing a lot of blitz after the closing ceremony, and Gukesh just casually asked him if he can play some games against him, and he agreed. Very nice of him. And Gukesh played really well. He even won a game and everything. Like it was a big deal for him at that time. 2018, he was not even a grandmaster at that time. So he was just 12 years old. And like all these kids, they're so good in blitz and bullet. I don't think you can count them out against anyone. So
Yeah. Yeah, because they're playing most of the time. They're like after the trainings, they are playing a lot of blitz among each
Exactly.
other. So also like myself when I was training with my coach. Then after this session, we were playing like we had session for 2 hours, and then we were playing Blitz for like 5 hours or even more. So that's why all these kids are so good at Blitz because they are spending most of the time playing the Blitz games.
Yeah, they are also very good at blitz.
Yeah, but it's so funny. Like older you get, you're getting more slower. You're afraid of some lines, and you want to simplify more and more. You guys already feel that or not?
I,
No, I
I, I
don't
started
think.
feeling that years ago, but I don't think it has hit Soumya yet. I
No,
don't see her going for
Forever
safe.
young.
I don't. And actually, in my case, I think it's a slightly different thing because I never played much Blitz and Bullet ever in my life. Only in the last 1 year, I'm getting used to playing Blitz and Bullet because it's compulsory almost. There is nothing else to play. So you have to be able to play decent Blitz and Bullet. So it was a completely different situation for me. Like, I know that most people love playing Blitz and Bullet, and after training, for me, solving problems or seeing classical games like this was my guilty pleasure, and not Blitz. I was never a fan. I'm a fan out of compulsion, you can say.
Oh wow! So like after the tournament, like at the party, you don't play
No,
Blitz?
no, I
Really?
never play. No, I never play Blades or Bug House or anything. Like once tournament is over, it's over for me.
Wow.
I'm very happy to analyze a game, like the game that was analyzed, that was played in the tournament. Let's say classical, but I never play Blitz or Bullet.
Wow.
So it was.
By the way, guys. Meanwhile, what's going on in the game right now? Do you think it's going towards a draw, or do you think any of the side has any chances? I'll I
Yeah,
first
after I don't
yeah.
know if Black here pushes H5, like there is not a single weakness in Black's position. White might have this H2 weakness, but it's so hard to access, and King is really close. King F3, King G2 can easily catch there, and there's only D file open, and both players can easily control this D file. So I think we
Yeah.
might. Only thing that I dislike here for Black is that for the moment, F7 pawn will be hanging if there will be some choice on D file, and if you push this, yeah,
Just showing
exactly.
this.
Yeah, exactly. So if you push this knight back with h6 move and you start to double the rooks then on d file, then this knight comes on e5, and that's really naughty. Yeah.
Right. Something like this. Yeah. Yeah. This has happened in the game so far. Arjun hasn't yet committed h6. So, but what move do you play as black right now? Because if you play h6, knight f3, yeah, what you're saying is true. The knight comes on to
Yeah, knight
e5.
d7 is the move that you might go to defensive mode, or rook c5, rook c7, knight e7 later.
Yeah, but this feels like you're ceding territory though to the opponent. Yeah, you're giving him control of certain things and maybe even a bit of initiative.
King e3, yeah. e5, king
So he
e4.
just doesn't touch anything here. Instead, he improves on the other side. So he's not going to get into a direct fight on the d file. What he's going to do, he's going to stop e4 because whenever there's e4, there's h6 attacking this knight, which is defending the e4 pawn. And if he doesn't do this, then black will just play a5, a4 and start creating inroads for him on the other side. So
That's
these
very
pawns can
smart,
become,
actually.
yeah, indeed.
You know what's so smart? Because this open file the open file is controlled by e7 king. Like rook cannot really access anywhere. And if black managed to open up the a file for the rook, it will be impossible to avoid the rook entrance.
Yeah, exactly. I've had similar games with this endgame and this pawn structure with the black pieces myself, and I think I think Arjun knows what he's doing. And do you think he has gotten completely comfortable with Aronian at this point? He seems to be playing as if he's playing against his peers.
Against you?
No. Against me, it would be different. Against me, he would just start bullying. And things have changed, Soumya. I used to beat these kids when I first started, when I first met them. Now they just love to make fun of me. They talk chess.
That's okay. That's the words of proud coach, I guess. Anyway.
He's played rugby at wow. I mean, totally in the driver's seat. No, Arjun Erigasi.
I
Dictating
wouldn't
all the
say
terms.
so because I don't think White is also in any danger. But yeah, I do see your point. Like for example, if he plays e4 now, takes. Now if you go only rook b2 check, then there is rook d2. It gets defended. But what Black will do is he'll start with knight h5. So he'll hit this one, and if you defend with king e3, now he goes rook b2. So you cannot defend both at once. But there are counterplay like rook a3. So this is the reason why the position is around e1. So if you open access to b2, then White will open access to a3.
Yeah.
How is?
How about-
Did you? Sorry. Yes, Katie.
Yeah. I was thinking about 94 anyway. It didn't happen. So
I was thinking of rook c3 only, but I thought maybe Black can play b4 and a5 and rook 8 and a4. Isn't that like very good?
Exactly. This is definitely a very interesting option. And then after a5 and a4, Black has an attractive choice between either a into b3 or a3. I have had this exact same pawn structure as Black against the Russian Grandmaster Mikhail Mojaro in 2018. Sometime back when I was not yet a Grandmaster. And the position can become better for Black. It can if White doesn't get adequate counterplay on the other side. Then on the queen side, he's just defending.
you know what's really strange? Like usually when you get at this phase of the game, like end game, with so last pieces on the board, you already have like you are down to 3 minutes, 4 minutes. But here, both players they quickly trade the pieces, and they have enough time to think well and find some ideas in the end game. So
Yeah, I've noticed that.
maybe
that's
it's
really
not a
important
draw
going
here.
rapid.
Maybe this thing is going to be a draw if they have enough time to find all these possibilities.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Different.
Usually we reach this position with few seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and you just blow the chance, this
Yes.
spare position, but you blow the chance. And here with 10 minutes on the clock, you're going to play this.
Playing fast is also an indication of strength. Yeah, how quickly you can get into understand the position and know what to look for. But it's impressive
97,
that
he allows this knight to e4. He wants to play f5 or what?
I think he wanted to commit as late as possible. Maybe he wants to play f5 now. But yeah, in essence, I think he wanted to commit as late as possible. The problem now is if he doesn't play f5, like if he plays b4, then there is access to the d6 square. But maybe he doesn't mind this because from d6, where does the knight go next? It might even get trapped. Yeah.
Oh, it's trapped actually.
In
no?
my
After-
pocket, because it's going to be trapped.
Yes, but e4 is coming.
Oh, that's a concrete threat. So knight f6 now. After e4, we go knight h5 and go king e3.
King e3.
And can I go?
Well, take and rook f8 maybe. Take on e4 and then rook f8.
f5. This can get better for White, huh?
Yeah.
The parser and the improvement of the pawn structure. No, I think this is a bit dangerous. But what I was thinking is, at this point, without knight h5, because knight h5 there is always king e3. But instead, if you just play rook d8, e5, oh, okay, this doesn't work because of knight b7. So this is also losing. Yeah, so you have to be careful as Black. It's a nice position, but maybe knight e4 he should do
And
f5.
here after f5, where the knight goes on d2, on f2 maybe, or f2 d3.
I like f2 d3. He goes b4, okay. Aronian goes rook c1. For now, they're not really thinking about the d6 square. This is going to be an interesting battle, guys. It's equal, objectively, but it's not a draw. There's a lot of difference between equal and a draw. And Aronian brings his king to this side so that his pawns here are securely defended. But what black should ideally do? Put his pawn here and then keep the rook here. So white doesn't know when he's going to take and how he's going to take. And he has to be constantly in that tension, calculating this over every move. Yeah, a4 played, king c2, rook a8 now. And I think white will play some king b2 here. And now it's going to be, now is the time to try and find something for black.
But was there like uh, it was not like easier to push this a pawn earlier, like without this 97 rook b8 moves?
I agree.
Yeah.
Here you wanted to play this, yeah? The same thing with
Not allowing the knight to e4. No, on knight on e4 is so strong, no? But he probably wants to play f5, I'm thinking. Otherwise, why will he allow the knight on e4? He wants to kick him away with f5.
I think he would have to play f5 at some point, yeah? For sure he has to do this. And then now your king is not there to defend with king e3. So you might want to put your... I think white will play knight f2 because he always wants knight d3. Defending f4 and attacking c5. So d3 will be the ideal square for white's knight in this endgame. The c5 being the weakness in the black side and f4 being the weakness in the white side. So knight on d3 attacks c5 as well as protects f4. And now what is black's plan? That is the not easy question to answer. How will black continue here? It doesn't look so straightforward to me in general. Because of this reason, it feels a bit easier to play as white.
At this moment, we can play king. Can we? Oh, now you're threatening e4, is it? Now you're threatening e4.
Yeah, e4, e5, knight d3. This is kind of white's plan here. And then there are also options with h4, h5 because I have securely defended this side. So I could, if white is free, the e3 pawn is still a weakness because none of the other pawns on the other files are defending it. But if you can get this pawn to e5, then only the f4 pawn will remain a weakness. And this f4 pawn can be easily defended with knight d3. Although it's still not so simple,
Can you play king d6 here? Like if you play e4, I'll capture and then rook f8 just to try to progate. And knight f6 is impossible. Yeah.
Yeah. I would be very hesitant to take f and d4 unless I win something. Yeah. He goes king d8. King d8 is very deep.
He wants to get this king on the on c7, so it will be closer to, like, if he has to defend c5 pawn, maybe he prefers to defend it with the king and free the knight to start maneuvering. Yeah, and also on the other hand, he opens he opens e file for the rook.
But on the other hand, you're also allowing this knight to d6, no? Hey guys!
Oh my god, guys! Sorry, please. Katie, sorry, but I think Wesley is winning.
I know exactly. I was also exclaiming the same thing. Yeah, Wesley is winning.
I mean, if he wins this, they have an Armageddon. So it's in your favor.
Blitz tie break.
Oh, it's tie break. Sorry,
it's break before, yeah. I just don't want to disappoint Katie,
Yeah,
but it's going to be 1 or 2 blitz before the Armageddon. Two, right? Two.
Yes. Wow.
Close.
Wow, Wesley winning with black on demand against Magnus.
Yeah, he won impressive. 2 on 2. He won 2 on 2. 2 wins in a row against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Wait, so it's not he winning a match or it's a tie?
It will be a tie because Magnus won the first 2 games.
Ah.
No. Like he's winning this set. He's winning this set 2.5, 1.5. But
Sorry.
yesterday he lost it 2.5, 1.5. So they both have
Yeah.
won one set each, and therefore it will be decided by a tiebreaker. Because it's always so hard to decide between these two guys. Yeah, they don't make it easy.
Yeah.
It's like Bahubali and his brother. That's a Indian reference. Sorry, Katie.
What is it?
It's
The
an Indian
movie.
movie reference.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Oh, it's a nice movie, Katie, if you ever want to watch Indian.
I want to start to watch some movies because yeah.
It's a
I want
fantasy thriller movie. Fantasy thriller.
yeah. I have seen one Indian movie fully. During my flight, it was like 2 hours flight, and then they didn't allow me to see the final. I was so curious about it.
Oh my God, which one? Which one?
I was like, oh, I don't remember the name, but there was a policeman with like very nice looking guy. And he was fighting with bad guys, and the police department were
This could be
against
100
him.
different Indian movies.
There are
Yeah.
many of them probably, but I don't remember the name. It was so many years ago.
It was many years ago. Okay. Now, if you can, like, I can tell you, I'm very good at movie. I know, like, all
Suggestions.
movies. So I can help you if you tell me the year and everything. Then I'll be able to.
Actually, that I was watching before for the flight to Chennai.
Oh, in 2013.
I was so mad. I really wanted to see the end.
Maybe Singham. Singham must be the movie.
There was a guy with the sunglasses, like
Dabang,
Ray-Ban
Dabang.
sunglasses.
Oh, maybe it was Dabang.
Very
Salman Khan.
handsome one.
Yeah, he's
I should
handsome.
It's Salman Khan.
Yeah. Wait, this is a game or Sri is just having some fun
I'm just having fun.
while we're talking about guys?
Chat is guessing.
I
Guys,
didn't have
just
much
guessing.
to contribute there. So
And there is like I just recently learned that there is one Georgian guy in
guys,
Bollywood.
sorry, I have to interrupt you. So the Aronian Arjun game has also ended in a draw. It just got liquidated very quickly. So Katie, you have got what you wanted. It's a tiebreak.
Yes.
It's a tiebreak in both Magnus, but we have to disappoint you in the Duda against Ding Lijian because Duda has lost. So Ding Lijian qualifies to the semi-finals to play against Vladislav Artemiev. That's going to be a very interesting match. Meanwhile,
But look at this Queen D5 move. It's such a brilliant move. Knight F2 and Knight G3 are on the board, and then Queen G2 checkmate.
Oh wow!
Brilliant! Wow, this is wow.
So
yeah.
beautiful.
And how did this Arjun game get liquidated so quickly? I think Arjun played really well in this game. Yeah, he went King C7. This is where we stopped. Aronian exerted some pressure with Knight G5, but Arjun just defended with Rook to E8, attacking the weak pawn on E3. Rook D3, F6, Knight E4, F5. And here Aronian decided to make a draw with Rook into D7, King into D7, Knight F6 check, King E7, Knight into E8. And here it's black to play, chat. You have to play a very important move in order to ensure that it's a draw. It's kind of easy for you guys, but nevertheless, let's still try and find it. So black to play an important move to make a draw. And Katie, I think you can continue where you left off before I rudely interrupted you.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything here. Just stopped myself. Lesson is learned. I'm not ruining it anymore for chat.
No, the chat is on fire. They immediately found it. There are so many right answers that I can't even read out the names. By the time I read out the names, our broadcast would be over. So yeah, A3 check is important. You have to give this check first, and then it's just a dead draw because everything is deadlocked, and there's no entry. So that sums up the set 2 of the quarterfinals. And if we can bring up the standings, it's 2-2 in Arjun Aronian set 2 with all 4 draws today, which is what I told him will not happen today. Oh my God, I'm just so terrible at predicting what exactly will happen. So exactly what I say will not happen happens. I think that is a cue, you know. If I say it won't happen, then they should take it as it will happen.
Also, there is
Oh,
an interesting question in chat, and maybe Katie can take it first. That it's Sundar Raman Madhusudan asks, "What do you think? Does Arjun have a time zone advantage that Europeans had in the other CCTs, or is it insignificant?"
Advantage?
Yeah, regarding the time, I mean, the time the tournament starts.
Yeah, but it's not. It's late. Like for the moment, it's like around 7, 8, right?
yeah, in
I
India,
think,
in India.
Yeah.
But in Europe, no. I'll explain the question. So what has been happening in the previous championships too? All the Indian players, they were playing at some time at midnight. Yeah, it started at
Yeah.
9:30. So what Madhusudan is asking is, if he gets some kind of an advantage right now because it starts early. I think he doesn't, because if you look at the other players, the Europeans, they are also playing at a time when the game starts at 1 p.m. And the Chinese, Ding Lijian, also plays at a time when he's usually awake. So maybe the only person it really affects is Wesley. So I'm not exactly sure what time it is
yeah, it's
at
6
Wesley's place.
a.m.
It's very early right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 To be honest, I was wondering if that is the reason why Hikaru also did not play in this tournament. You know, because he had
Yeah,
to
it
wake up.
is. It is actually, and also it's the reason why Ding is playing so well. Yeah, he's finally able to stay awake and play at a normal time. Otherwise, he was playing all his games at, the round would start at 3 a.m. for him in the
Yeah.
previous CCTs. So
Yeah, I believe that this is a big portion of the things that are happening in online chess, and not only chess. Like it's just we are our body and brain are used to several things daily, right? You're getting hungry at the same time. Like if you wake up early and you eat, then next day you also want to eat the same time. Like your body just adjusts. Also, brain adjusts this time. For example, when you are just training, and I believe that Wesley also doesn't wake up at 3 a.m. to start to train. So his brain starts to work harder at the time that usually he does this. And it also matters, like if you are a morning person or night person, that can be also an issue. For me, play in the evening is horrible because I'm so tired, I'm so sleepy, and it affects me. Like unless you train really hard, like if you have like at least 10 days in advance and you are just waking up early, having this routine, that's okay, possible. But other
Yes.
than that, I think it's very much affects. But yeah, I cannot say in the case of Wesley, so he's playing really well, even though it's early morning right now.
So chat, Wesley defeated Magnus 2 games in a row. At what time of the day? I mean,
Yeah,
what time is it in Minnesota? Local
it's like
time in Minnesota right now
it's
is
his morning coffee to beat Carlson.
yeah, it's 9:32 a.m. Yeah, so he did this at around 8 something. I think it's still not as bad as having to play at 4 a.m. in the morning. Your
Yeah.
last
no, he
games.
woke up at 6. No, that means, yeah. Of course, it's not as bad as having to stay up the whole night and play at 4 rather than waking up early is
Yeah.
probably like a
Yeah,
better deal.
I mean, when I was a teenager, I could basically sleep at any time, wake up at any time. I've gone like 40, 50 hours without sleeping and still functioned. But what I found when I grew older, if I don't get if I don't get a night's sleep, I feel really hungover. You know, it
Yeah,
really affects
dizzy.
me long
Yeah.
time. Do
And
you
then
also feel the
like
same?
It can be, it's the same, exactly the same in my case. I can be functioning if I don't sleep like one night or even 2 nights. It can be like long period even. Sometimes I'm myself surprised, like, oh my God, I have not slept for like 3 days in a row, just a couple of hours and I'm still functioning. But then one day I just collapse. I can't remember some simple words. I can't remember some simple things. And it slowly affects my brain and I feel it.
Yeah, exactly. And to play chess, you don't just have to function. Yeah, you have to function at your superhuman best. You have to
Yeah.
function in a way. You see, if you lose a minute of attention, if you lose a few seconds of attention, you get punished severely when playing a chess game.
Yeah.
So I've done a few different things, and what I've from my personal experience, nothing comes close to the intensity a chess game requires in terms of your brain capacity, testing of your brain capacity. How about
Kevin
you?
is in this chat, by the way. Hello, Kevin. Thank you for dropping by. We are about to start the tie breaks. So,
Oh, Kevin. He's from Singapore.
yes.
Yes.
Oh, hi, Kevin.
And he joined us on the second day for some commentary, and he's now preparing for the World Cup. So,
Yes.
Best
He
of the
also
luck.
has the he also has the honor of I think being the oldest person to join us in the history of Chess 24 India channel. So we always revere him as a really wise person.
Wise.
he says, every time I see Shri, his beard is getting longer. Oh, funny. Okay.
Guys, meanwhile, as we wait for the tie break, do hit that like button and subscribe to Chess 24 India channel if you haven't. So more people can come in and support Arjun for the tie breaks. Yeah,
I'm
sorry,
rooting
you're
for
saying
an
something?
Arjun versus Magnus semi-final. It would be epic.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Katie?
Oh, I would be happy. I would be happy to see that. Why not? Yeah, the thing is, like nowadays, like there are always the same people playing same like different tournaments, and it's so good to see new, fresh chess players coming. Why not?
Yes, exactly. I know, right? It's always nice to
Yeah,
have a
I know
new
they're
person
playing
coming in.
like high level chess. They're playing beautiful chess. We can learn a lot, but we need new people too, new cool people.
Yeah, we definitely need new people. We definitely need. I think Tata Steel is one of the tournaments that gets this combination fantastically. They usually have a good mix of experienced world class grandmasters, and there are always new players getting an opportunity to play in the Tata Steel Masters. That's where Ali Reza made his elite debut, and also Adiban, and I think many players.
Yes, of course. Tata Steel is like the Wimbledon of world chess. No, I mean um, it's
Yeah.
the
Yes.
epitome. It's
I
been going on since 100 years almost. Not
Wow.
100. 1939 was the first time they conducted the tournament. So
I know, and I
90
think it has
years.
been even before, no, or just 1939. But what?
39. It was Hugovan at that time, and then they changed it to Chorus, and now it's Tata Steel.
But you know what's remarkable? I think me and Anish were discussing it one of the times, and since 1939, as far as I know, they have not had the tournament for a single year. It has happened non-stop, even during World War II, even during COVID 2021 this time. Samir, don't get distracted by the chat. It's okay. We don't have to acknowledge it. You can listen to me. I'm talking about a very interesting trivia that a tournament has happened through World War II, the COVID 2021. I mean, how many things has happened through all that?
Guys, can I take like 5 minutes break before
Yes,
they
sure.
start? And I will come
Sure,
very
sure,
quickly.
sure. Sure,
Sure,
sure, sure.
Katie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so since Srinath was trying to distract me with his World War stories and all, I just thought it is important to mention that this initiative is very important that has been raised by Kevin. And if Chad can help, Chad is giving suggestions.
This initiative is so important. You're talking as if we are doing a COVID relief fund.
There are other things also, right? Like, of course, COVID relief fund is the most important, but after that, also life goes on. And
Now Chess 24 India is also on it.
oh my God, Chess 24 India has conducted a poll. Oh my God.
Okay, guys, I can't say I'm too pleased with what's going on, but if you do want to participate in the poll, do subscribe to the Chess 24 India channel, and you can have your voice
Guys,
heard.
you have to check out the poll. This is hilarious. Chalo, I'll also vote.
If
Chalo,
someone from
why
my
not?
family is watching, you don't have to participate in the poll. I'm just letting you know. Kevin. Vidit Gujarati. Oh man. Soumya, why have you gone silent? Let's talk something. Let's analyze one of the games from the earlier rounds.
Sure. I was just chilling with the chat, but yes, sure.
Actually, I
Which,
think the Arjun game is about to begin because I see both the players and
yeah, I
the
think the
games are
players are
also
here,
here.
so we shouldn't miss the start of the games.
Exactly.
So
We shouldn't
let's
miss the
stay in
start of
here.
the game, and we should definitely distract the topic from the chat.
And Magnus versus Soya. I think Magnus, by the way, even though I said that I would love to have Arjun versus Magnus match in the semifinal. I think Magnus is actually on the back foot now because he has lost 2 games in a row, something he definitely didn't expect, And it is a little. Already yesterday, he mentioned that day before yesterday, when he qualified for the knockouts, he was not too optimistic about his chances. Their match has begun, by the way.
Yeah, both the
Arjun
matches
as
have
well as
begun.
Magnus. Yes. So let's go. Let's not miss a
Let's
moment
go.
of this.
It's the Torre. It's 3-3. It's Kohli, right? It's Kohli. It's not Torre. Or am I mixing things up? But this is an interesting choice
Stonewall.
by
I
Arun.
usually know it by the old name. So bishop, when you don't develop the bishop out and keep it behind the pawns, it used to be known as the Stonewall structure. But he has gone for c4. So
No,
now it's
Stonewall is
a
with the inclusion of f4. Like e3, d4, f4. If you play f4, it's
all
Stonewall.
right. Okay. I used to call this also Stonewall. So this is educative.
Happens. I mean, I can only recollect Divya's noteboom story, which was also d5, e6, f5. So I guess that pawn structure
What was the
confuses a lot
story?
of people.
Sorry, what was the
Oh, you
story?
don't know that story? Okay, it's
No.
just the opening. So let's go. Let's just
Knight
make sure Arjun is
e5.
not losing anything, and then we go over the story.
Knight e5. Oh my god. So bishop c3 has to be taken, no?
Yeah, bishop.
Or
But
we
you can
can
castle
hold it for
first.
one move. We can hold
Yeah,
it for
knight
one.
into c6 takes. Oh no, yeah, queen d7 is there, right? But
Mm-hmm.
bishop a3, rook e8, knight e7 check, rook into e7. So this works. I guess you can do this, but this looks a bit dangerous. Some intermezzo coming in, yeah.
C
And
into
bishop
d5,
d5.
bishop b5 stuff. Yeah. Knight c3 you have. Knight c3 you have.
C into
After
d5, knight
bishop.
into d5. Ah, yeah. True.
And after
True.
knight c3, knight
No, I don't
e7.
have this. Knight e7
We have
check.
queen e7, no?
Oh,
Oh, what I
king.
missed is bishop e7, knight a4, and bishop e8. Oh, no. This would. This would be a great way to lose, and Arjun doesn't do that. Instead, he takes on
That's why he
c6.
takes b into c6. But then what compensation do you have after queen into c6? Where is the where is the compensation? Oh my god, there's a super chat from Tapan Krishna. Hashtag wife for Srinath. One wise person said to me, when you're 27, 28, marriage related conversations would come in all directions. Didn't imagine it would come in official chess streams also. Totally can relate to it.
Absolutely.
Queen into c6,
Absolutely.
yeah. Why not queen into c6 though?
Yeah, I don't understand where is the compensation, but maybe it's better development. Yeah, look at the development. Bishop is out, knight is out, king is castled, whereas white's king is still in the center. Bishop on f1, c1. Only the queen is out. So, and the queen being out is not such great news usually in the opening. So maybe this is the
Yeah,
compensation.
also some knight e4 queen h4 stuff coming in, yeah.
Right.
Possibly.
Piece activity for the win.
Yep.
So
So
CD,
that's why I think Aronian
CD5,
specifically played f3.
no? 94 CD5 you have actually, but
ED5?
and bishop e2, bishop e2.
Yeah, but I think this is like long-term compensation, as you mentioned.
Yeah, definitely. Or rook b8 and b6 is even better, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think he specifically played f3 to prevent this, to take control of e4, queen d7 to defend the c6 pawn, bishop e2, rook f b8. And now after short castle, Arjun plays c5, kind of trying to liquidate everything. Queen a5 takes, and the pace of the game has quickened quite a bit. But I think White has a clear strategic advantage. He has the pair of bishops, the dark square bishop, and also I feel the blitz format it favors Aronian a bit. That's what I expressed when we spoke about this earlier. And Aronian has such excellent feel of chess, so usually he can make these moves very quickly. His understanding will help him make pretty good moves on autopilot. Arjun also has a fantastic understanding, but maybe not quite at the same level as Aronian for the moment. So this 5+3, I think Aronian is a slight favorite, but a clear favorite. As I said, I think it's 60-40 or even 65-35 for Aronian here. So let's see if Arjun is able to pull off an upset. Rook c3 on the board, rook b8 and rook b1 for black. He will try to liquidate as much as possible. Although even then, in the end, it's going to be this pair of bishops putting the pressure. But I think rook b1 is still it can still give black counter chances on the b file. And do you agree, Soumya?
Yeah, I like black's position.
Okay, I was praising White's position.
Oh, sorry.
As usual, we are in.
Oh God, this is hilarious. No, I actually understand why you're also praising White's position because of this bad, slightly worse pawn structure, no, for black.
Yeah, and mainly the dark square bishop. I think that will play a major role in the end game, especially if all the pieces get traded.
True. So he's trying for h5, h4. He will play. He will try to. It would be nice to get my knight to d6. No, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's very interesting because especially you can play knight c4 and get into an opposite color bishop. And just that with time permitting, yeah. I think what Arjun is aiming for, he wants to get h4, provoke White to play h3. If White plays h3, he gets his knight onto g3. And if White doesn't play h3, then he puts his pawn on h3 himself. So this is an awkward decision for Aronian to take, but he preempts it with just by playing h4. So none of this knight h5, knight g3 can be allowed to happen. This also weakens the g3 square, but black is not in a position to exploit it. d6, one of the pathways covered by the bishop. c7, the other pathway covered by the queen. So the g3 square, although it has been weakened, it's still under control. Now Arjun just waits with bishop g6. He's happy to maintain status quo. He doesn't do anything. So when there's rook into b1, rook into b1. Actually, these kind of moves are very hard to make. Moves like bishop g6. That Arjun does it so successfully is an indication of how remarkably mature his play is. It's very, very high level. The simple fact is that he has shown chess at a level of 2750, and that is the reason why he's in the quarterfinal and is holding Aronian to an equal score till this point.
Oh, absolutely. Abhi, what do you think of this DC4 move? It's concrete, right? It's very concrete.
Yeah, I think his point is if white plays e4, he wants to take bishop into e4. So maybe this is why he seized this moment.
Anil Karaka with such a funny super chat. He says, "Wife for Srinath. Srinath should find a nice Vietnamese wife and become a family man." That was hilarious. Oh God. Okay, we have opened up Pandora's box now. This is by addressing
who
this
did
topic.
Kevin is unrelenting, man. Kevin is unrelenting, and I mean there are people like AD and VD ahead of me. Yeah? I mean I cannot just jump in the queue. So yeah, this is the point. And if rook into c4, I think he wants knight d5. So e4 he was aiming for takes knight into e4, and rook into c4 I think he wants knight d5. So I think this is why he chose that particular moment to play this. But I'm not sure if this works because now e4 anyway, knight e3, and I'm sure you're loving this for black Soumya. Rook c3 though, I don't know how
I
long it
was
can be
wondering why
sustained.
not queen c6
E3?
after knight e3? Queen c6.
No, queen d8. Queen d8.
And you're attacking h4. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So, no,
So-
but now I take on, okay, at least now I take on b1. No, but d4 is hanging after. I wanted to take on b1, rook b1 and rook c1, but then you have queen into d4 stuff.
Yeah.
This is very risky. This can get very risky. No, even direct queen d4.
F5
No?
now. Is this a draw? How did this
This might
happen?
be.
Knight e3, Aronian just took and played rook c1.
Yeah,
And
because if you leave the pawn on d4, then let's imagine this queen on c6 and queen d8 was inserted after rook c1. Maybe I can just take queen d4.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
So everything got exchanged, and we are in this opposite color bishop where if the queen gets exchanged, it's basically a draw. But with the queens on, white is better because this pawns, very strong pawns in the center, these pawns very weak. And also this bishop superior to this bishop, but it's concrete because Arjun will try to force the exchange of the queens somehow. And he really has to do it, otherwise he risks getting worse. Already, I think this is not quite what he wanted. But for white, the problem is his king is a bit exposed. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. White's king is more
Maybe
exposed.
just queen b6 now.
Why? Oh, I
Just,
thought
I
we
want to
are.
exchange the queen.
Oh, I thought black is trying for more. Okay, maybe not.
Soumya, how can you try for more with pieces like this?
Just thought like the king is so weird, so I thought maybe I can try. Queen d3 I wanted to play, but then you'll play bishop e3. Sorry. Now.
Yeah, queen d3. Yeah. You have to be careful. Yeah, it's actually black's pawn which is brittle. Queen b6, queen c3, queen b5, bishop f4.
So white is trying, but why is white trying? Because of the bad pawn structure.
Yeah, because of the bad pawn structure and the restricted
Now
bishop.
I'll get a4 also, no?
Yeah, a4 is incoming. No, but also you have to be careful about allowing an a passer even in the opposite color bishop because. But he has certainly improved one pawn. Like the pawn on a7 is much better on a4. But on the other hand, oh yeah, Katie, you're back. Welcome back.
Hi. So what's going on, guys? Sorry for being late.
You missed most part of the first tiebreak.
Yeah.
The tiebreak that you have been waiting to watch all day.
But it's going to be draw.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a draw, but Black still has a few small problems to solve.
But Black has more time on the clock, and maybe this can be also.
Yeah, that's actually very
main.
impressive doing this against Levon.
Yeah.
I think he should go F5 now.
Yeah,
This is the
F5
moment.
and F4 as well. Yeah? After E5.
Huh. But Queen D2? I missed E5 actually.
I
This
thought it.
loses his pawn.
Mhm.
Then I'm not sure if F5 can be played. He goes E5, D into E5, Queen into E5, Queen into C6. What does he have in mind?
Queen F4?
G3?
G3. Oh my god, all the squares are covered.
I think Queen B2 check now, yeah?
And King
Yeah,
G3,
Queen B2
Queen
check.
E5.
Yeah, King G3, Queen E5, King H3, Queen E6.
King H3,
Queen
F5, is it good? Queen H2.
Yeah, F5 is also good. Yeah, but he goes Queen H2. This doesn't look good, no? Why? He's given an outside passer. He doesn't have a perpetual. White is happily going to press here.
But how about Queen G3 here and H4, H3, this stuff?
Yeah, H4, H3 is what he's going for. He does have this counter play. But I thought he had better options to draw where it was completely equal. Now it's like, but he has enough compensation. Bishop H5, maybe even H3 now, yeah?
Bishop H5 and H3 or direct
Yeah,
H3.
direct H3.
No, but
G to
direct
H3.
H3 you have Queen G3 now after GH3. Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is the point.
G4
So
is
G4.
nice.
Wow. Oh, after Queen F4, Bishop D2, is it? Queen H4.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous for Black. I feel the game is, he has lost control.
Yeah, Black has to play one at some point with this bishop. That's why he plays now F6.
Yeah, but now just he takes the second
King
pawn.
H2 now. King H2.
He
He'll
takes
play
the
King
second pawn.
G8. Queen F2.
There's no perpetual.
In that endgame, opposite color of endgame, bishop endgame is lost for Black.
It's
very
difficult to
dangerous,
decide in 10 seconds. Yeah, with the A
Mm,
passer,
yeah.
it's yeah. But the advantage for Black, he puts his bishop on D1, and then it's very hard for White to improve. So he goes bishop to bring it here, and it's not easy for Black to get a perpetual either because of this opposite color bishop. The nature of this opposite. Oh, E5 is a very nice move. No, I really feel this is just slipping away from a Queen B3 check was an option.
Oh,
No, this is just bad. This
Bishop
is very
C4.
bad.
Bishop C4 maybe.
Yeah, Bishop C4 was there.
Queen C2 now? Queen C2? Queen C2 and Bishop C6, I thought. Okay, fine. No, nobody wants.
Yeah, but you kind of never
But you
made,
guys,
yeah?
why
Queen
this
A7 check
endgame
is a
is
problem.
losing? Like, if the queens are off the board and king goes on the A8 and bishop remains on the king side.
Yeah, this is lost. This is just lost for him.
Why it's lost? Okay,
No, because
because
G7
G6,
pawn
F6?
is G7
Oh,
pawn.
he missed G5, is it? He missed G5. He had a chance here. After here, he should have played G5.
What? Oh.
What's going
No,
on
but King
here?
F3, no? I mean, I don't know. Okay, this looks
No,
very...
he has to play G5. He has to play G5. That's the
now
last
King
chance.
D4 and King C5 and King B6, yeah? It's
He's
lost.
resigned.
Yeah.
He just lost control. He just tilted. Oh man, this is the turning point in this match. I think it's a typical nervous, inexperienced loss. You know, this is how it slowly slips away. You have a slightly worse position. You try to concretely force your way because you cannot withstand the tension. Until this point, he was doing a perfectly fine job, and here he had to just continue waiting. He had to, just let White show what he wants to do. But he played E5, and this was the first point. He gave a minor concession, And then queen h2 was clearly a step in the wrong direction, because at this point, this is already a position where only white can try. And there is no direct perpetual. So concretely, you cannot bail out. And the second turning point came at this point when he played h3. And I think here he clearly missed g4. So if he had seen h3, g4, maybe he would have started with something else, like something like f5. He just missed this idea of g4, which we also did. But for him, this proved to be really expensive, because now he's going to become 2 pawns down. The computer holds this very concretely. The computer is able to equalize as black, but as human, when you're becoming a second pawn down, you really start going into a tilt. You start to feel that things are getting out of control, and within 10 seconds, you cannot really decide the evaluation of this position, nor can you play it accurately. But on hindsight, maybe a position like this is defendable if he can get this setup. He should probably get this construction. Here, white cannot improve so easily.
Yeah.
But this is not something you can decide in 10 seconds. No one can.
No,
Not
the
even
time was
Magnus
here the
Carlsen.
main reason why he lost the game. Actually, like if he had at least 1 minute on the clock, he could just calculate all the possibilities and not to play
Yeah.
just random moves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
On the other board, Magnus has won as well. So Aronian and Magnus both take the lead in this tie break. And but Wesley and Arjun both have white in their next game. So we can always hope for a sensational comeback, as Kevin put in the chat. It was all part of the plan, maybe. So
Yeah, absolutely. It's now Arjun is under pressure to win with the white pieces, but in the past he has defeated Aronian. He did defeat him in the rapid portion, and the good thing for Arjun is that he has been able to get good positions with white in almost all the games against Aronian so far, uh, and in all the 4 games he has had him under pressure. So let's see if we can keep this going. This is going to be really interesting. Don't go anywhere. Do hit that like button and subscribe to Chess24 India if you haven't. And let's get more and more support for Arjun. Let's try to get the maximum support that we can give. Arjun is already back. I don't think he wants to spend too much time away from the board. Aronian munching something, getting some energy going. And Arjun is clearly not going to be happy. But, one loss, it doesn't affect you too much. You start getting into tilt after your third loss in a row, usually. The first 2 losses, you are still in shape, in time to get back. So let's see if he's able to hit back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's now fully focused on his game with white pieces, and he's thinking which line should go. And he has to forget the previous game. He had a very good chance to hold the position, but that's already a past, and now he has to be fully focused and win this game to still keep it going. And he has small edge. He's with white pieces. He's starting first move, so let's hope that
Yeah, that's
we're
what
gonna
usually
see.
makes it worse, when you know that you could have stopped it, but you're not able to. You start blaming yourself in these situations, and blaming yourself is usually never a great idea,
Yeah.
because then then it's like an internal fight within yourself. Yeah, you lose coordination within
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
But let's see. He starts with d4. The
game has
second game.
begun. D4, maybe when he,
Wow.
I don't think he'll go for, okay. He went for something solid. He just needs to make a draw. So Queen A4, Knight D7 on the board. Catalan, Catalan coming in after Knight F3.
Yeah, it is Catalan, but
Slightly
he goes
different
for a
mode.
5 Queen A4 check. Knight F3 is the main move here, and
Yes.
this is usually, it's an interesting setup, but it's not easy to get a lot with white here. So I'm just curious about his choice of opening. There is a small little thing that black has to remember, but I think he has remembered it, and he has kind of got what he wanted. I th- I think Arjun might be going for a game I played against Donchenko. I don't exactly remember, but it was something similar. Yeah, this is my game against Donchenko. I think in 2019. It just
Mm-hmm.
no, that was different. That was different. This is Queen into C4, C5, Knight F3, A6, and here he went Queen to C2. This is the main line, and this is a very main line. So I think Arjun has kind of he tried something and it didn't work out, and this is going to be very tough for him to get something against. This is Giri Anand. Yeah, this is the game. Giri Anand from Tata Steel, Vacancy. Black has sacrificed a pawn, but he will get full compensation. Bishop f4, queen d5, f3, d3, e into d3, queen into c5 check, and queen into c5, bishop into c5. Black gets full compensation here because these two bishops are very, very powerful. And this position, I really don't see Aronian giving much chances to Arjun. So this looks, this looks, this doesn't look bright. I think Arjun kind of collapsed in the blitz after that loss. Now he's
Yeah.
thinking with his head on his hand on his head. But I mean, these are lessons you can only learn by being in that situation.
Yeah, and the less time you have, you need more practice. In that case, and that clearly that's a good example here. Aronian has way more experience and practice, and he just has this advantage over younger opponent.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. The more practice you have, the better you're able to respond by default. And when you have very less time, you're basically on your default autopilot mode. So here you cannot really alter your behavior from how you behaved and responded in the past. So yeah, I think um, but
Yeah.
still it's game on, still white is a pawn up. Bishop c5 check will be met by bishop e3. And it seems like Aronian's preparation is hindered by this point. So he has to try and prove his compensation. I'm thinking he will try to put this bishop on this diagonal. So there are two ways to do it. Bishop c5, bishop d4. But bishop c5 can be met by bishop e3. So maybe the other way to do it is to just play bishop e7. These are the natural moves that come to my mind. What about
I think
you?
he's also thinking of bishop c5, bishop e3, and take the bishop and put his rook on e8 and play against the d3 pawn instead. So, like, I would be tempted to go for that position if I had not, if I don't know this position. Yeah, that's what he goes for, right? Rook e8 and play rook d4 next.
Yeah, rook 8
Makes a
and rook
lot of
d4
sense.
next.
Can I play knight c3, knight e2 to kick the rook back?
Yeah,
Maybe
he's
maybe
played
you
rook
don't put the rook
e6, I
on
think.
d4. Yeah, I think rook e6 is less committed. So what happens is you attack this, and if I defend this, you give a check. Knight e4 is not possible because of f5. So you have to go back,
Ah, he's
and
just repeating.
yeah,
Okay.
I think Aronian also knows this. This is the first line of engine, and he's just recollecting. He seems completely relaxed. Very hard for Arjun to get anything out of here because he can take this, and if the knight moves, then he has king c7, so he doesn't have to go king d7 knight c5 check or king d7 knight c5 check.
No, but
So
knight b5 is coming now after rook d3, knight b5.
I
Then
think
rook f3, huh? No.
one of the pawns should get taken. I think you start with king b7 and then rook d2. One of the pawns will get taken.
Okay.
And king e2, there's bishop into b5. So
Right.
this would have been a good game plan if Arjun had drawn the previous game, yeah. And then he would
Yeah.
have gone into the Armageddon. I think that
Yeah.
is kind of what he was going for, but it got the fifth game threw a spanner in his plans, and yeah, king e2, rook d7. This knight on c5 looks good, but
But
so is
now
this
he's
bishop on.
like now a5, is it? Because king b6 runs into knight a6. But
Yeah,
even
king
there
b6.
you have bishop f3 actually.
Yeah, but a5 is probably simpler.
Oh, he plays king b6, knight a6, probably bishop f3.
Yeah, he wants to go for the most concrete approach. And I think by now Arjun probably doesn't care. Yeah, he just wants to try and win. No, but as we mentioned at the beginning of this stream, no matter what Arjun does, he has shown that he belongs here, and that's basically what Sachin Tendulkar did 32 years ago. So I think regardless of what happens, it's been an incredible result, and this is typically how the debuts go. These people do a terrific job, but sometimes in those end moments, because they haven't been in a similar situation, sometimes these kind of things happen. Typically, it happens a lot, and it can only be learned from personal experience.
Oh, can't agree more, because yeah, he just also needs to believe in himself, because he can easily hold the games against such players, right, like Aronian. There's also something like when you're playing against a stronger opponent, somehow you feel that um, you feel that you have to be defensive and try to draw. And but here, what he's showing us, he's showing that he's fighting, he's playing beautiful chess. And yeah, I think this is the only game which is like very dry, not much tactical motives. But other games were extremely interesting and double-edged. Like he made
Yeah,
such a fight against Aroni, and many players cannot do that.
true.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I also feel like he was a little bit dejected after that first round. How the first round blitz game went. I mean, he simply didn't expect to lose it, and maybe he just didn't have time to recover, because there is almost no gap between the two games, right? So maybe he just like didn't have much time to even think about what to do in the next game, and just chose something.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened.
Also, from such a big blow, you need a lot more time. Yeah, I think 10 minutes or 15 minutes is not going to cut it. It usually takes a day to recover from such a thing, in my experience. He's trying to create a passer on the queen side, which Aronian isn't letting him do. He wants to try and create a passer here so that he can create some winning chances for himself. Aronian is steadfastly defending this entry point so that this is concretely not easy for Arjun. By this time, Arjun is basically just making moves out of autopilot mode. He's just making good strategic moves. All his blitz practice, bullet practice is coming in handy here, because it's without that practice he wouldn't be able to do this. He's making very decent moves at a very fast pace. But Aronian, so far, he's holding tight. Maybe we don't have to be so pessimistic yet. Maybe there's still some work to do for Black.
Imagine if this turns, like if he wins this game with white and turns to be the best strategy.
Oh my
to
God.
to let your opponents think that it's so easy draw. I got this victory, and then you're waiting for your moment.
We don't mind that moment of embarrassment for the sake of Arjun winning this game.
Whatever it takes, right?
Yes.
Yes, but looking at the position, the imagination seems almost as big a stretch as John Lennon's Imagine.
Oh, rook
The
e3
rooks
on
are
the board.
off.
So, okay. Now, yeah, now it's like almost certain, because now f5, f4 might also come in. B3, he's trying to create passer on queen's side. Can I play bishop e6 here?
There's a4, but maybe bishop
D7.
d1 instead.
Because, yeah, bishop d1 is what I also thought.
Bishop
Bishop
d1 was
d1
nice.
is white has to just give a check and play. But he just goes bishop d7, again preventing this only at winning, only way to create some winning chances.
Maybe knight
No, I
c2, knight
think,
d4 now.
yeah, but then what?
Yeah.
I think on the whole, Arjun played incredibly well. First time against Aronian, he lost, but in the next times, if he gets the opportunity, he will start beating these people. I don't
H4,
Oh,
remember
that's
he...
even
awesome.
Ali Reza even playing so convincingly. Ali Reza's results in the knockouts, he lost very badly against Wesley. So um both the quarterfinals that he played, he lost by big margins.
No, that's true. That's very clear. Yeah, like not only from the results, but from the way he has played and put Aronian under so much pressure
Yeah.
throughout the match.
Exactly. Yeah.
I also
Even
believe
here, look at
that
his speed.
he might be a little bit tired after such a tense games, previous games.
Mhm.
Yeah, he has also prepared a lot, and I don't think his opponent would have prepared as much because when you get older, you tend to preserve your energy for the games, and when you're young, you're not entirely sure of how much energy, how much you can do. So quite often, you tend to do a lot, and you don't even realize that you're tired.
Yeah.
So A4, Bishop G4, King F2, King D4 coming in, and now
Yeah.
Knight E2. This endgame is winning, right? Knight E2, maybe King E4 he'll play or King C5. Okay,
No, he just takes this pawn, and
right.
he like the king takes the a4 pawn, the bishop takes the h3 pawn, and you can't really do anything with one pawn
Yeah, so
because
King
Arjun will
G3, King
keep
H4,
trying.
and Knight H5 will happen. Then Bishop D1. Okay. So he keeps the bishop on this diagonal. He'll go Knight G4 and King F8. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And now this pawn cannot advance. The bishop will just
Yeah.
take it, and it's a draw. So
Wow. Congrats to Levon Aronian for progressing to the semi-final and Arjun Erigesi for putting such a great fight. Wonderful
Yeah,
fight by Arjun.
exactly. We have
indeed,
to send him some positive energy from our side. That's what we can do. And congratulate to such a wonderful games and wonderful tournaments.
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Meanwhile, Wesley versus Magnus is still going on, and if Wesley manages to make a draw, they will go into tie breaks.
No, Wesley has to win.
Sorry,
Then we go into
Wesley, if
eliminated.
he wins the game, then. But so far, Magnus is calling the shots.
Yeah, Magnus seems to be totally in control. Wesley has some final tricks up his sleeve, combined with the rook and the knight, but at best it seems to give him only a draw. Yeah,
Knight
this
E6.
repetition.
Yeah.
Knight e6 is a very strong move,
Mhm.
taking the wind out of white sails because rook into c6 gets hit by knight d4 check, and rook d7 check, king c8, rook d6. This is his final hope. He hits with a check, but what is it? Just knight d8 he has to do, yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, these players are like finding chances even in these kind of positions. Knight
Yeah.
G8. What a nice move. So maybe knight E7,
Thank you
knight
so much, chat,
G6.
for the amazing positivity for Arjun. I wouldn't call Arjun on stream tonight because something like this is very hard to process. I know that he might be required to go on some other streams, uh, but I'm still a player and coach. Apart from being a commentator, I understand how the players feel.
Yeah.
So uh, not here.
Well, I think we don't need really to be so sad for him because he played such a great tournament, and also just to play here, it's I think already very big achievement. Now, many players know already about him, and they will not thinking that, oh, that's a grandmaster 2500 from India. They will know him by the name. So this is something. Why not?
No, absolutely. I think long term, this tournament is a huge breakthrough for him. Once again, I think a big thing done by the uh, Meltwater Champion Chess Tour. Opportunities for people like Arjun, Prag, and it's been they've done a lot to enable this to happen. Four Indian players in the Gold Money Asian Rapid,
Yeah.
and I think a big thank you to the Magnus group, the Chess 24, as well as the lovely chat and the people who have supported us all the way through. And again, you can continue doing this by liking the streams and subscribing to the channel if you haven't. It will make a lot of difference in supporting Indian chess.
Totally.
90.
It's a very cute draw there on Wesley versus Magnus.
Take my knight. No, you take my knight. What was
Wesley
that?
being such a sport with a smile and exiting so
Yeah.
gracefully.
Yeah, I really hope for our Indian star to achieve at this level, like Wesley So is right now after losing to be able to smile, right? So yeah, it was nice. There was nice games. I really enjoyed.
Yeah, fantastic games and very good fight by Arjun. Like so much respect for this 17-year-old kiddo who is making his presence felt among the stars. Thank you so much, Katie and Shri and the chat. This was a very nice stream. A special thanks to Vidit as well for joining us for such a long time and taking us through his thoughts. It is such a nice. It is such a pleasure for us to have you, Katie, with us. And to hear your insights. And looking forward to the next days as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here once again, and looking forward to become Indian Katy.
I think you're already there.
Yes. Yes, we
You're
have
already
a
on your
good
way there.
start.
Meanwhile, Arjun also
Absolutely.
has a flight at 3 a.m. today, so he's
Oh, at least
rushing
you
to
can
get
make
us.
that. At least you
Yes.
can make that. That's perfect.
And you never know, maybe it's a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
My first national title, I won it because I got knocked out of the world championship, so I had to play. I had to come back and I could play the national championship and I won it. So you never know, like these things work out in mysterious ways.
Yes.
And I'm
All
really
right.
glad that he has something to look forward to.
So to sum up the day two of the quarterfinals, it's been a very very thrilling day today. And as you see at the top, Levon Aronian, after tying both the sets 2-2 with Arjun Erigaisi, he won this very important game five, where Arjun looked like he was going to draw for 95% of the time, but kept giving these small concessions. Kudos to Aronian. He played stronger in those very critical moments, that half moments more, and managed to qualify to the semifinals to set up a clash with Magnus Carlsen, who managed to shrug off a two-game consecutive defeat against Wesley So and still managed to win the Blitz tiebreaks, regain his composure. He won the Blitz tiebreak 1.5 to win against one of his most difficult opponents in the Meltwater Champion Chess Tour. So he advances to the semis as well against Levan Aronian. That's going to be really interesting. And in the other quarterfinals, Ding Lijian, after losing the first game in the second set today, managed to score a hat trick of victories to win 3-1 against Jan Christoph Duda. And he advances to the semifinals to set up a clash against Ladislav Artemiev, who won very convincingly against Anish Giri, who looked a bit out of sort. So the Ding Lijian versus Artemiev is also going to be a very interesting clash of styles. It's going to be a couple of mouth-watering semi-final contests, and we'll be there taking you through like we did in the last few days. So the next 2 days, two semi-finals, two sets, and look forward to taking you all through it.
Bye. Bye bye.